Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Northcoders. I'm Joey. I'm one of the tutors on the bootcamp, and it is my privilege to welcome you all to the final graduation of 2021. We've all made it. Well done. Good job. You're about to see some amazing final projects from some of our graduates today. So, in case you don't know how the bootcamp works, these people have been with us for the past 13 weeks, learning all sorts of things about JavaScript and programming. For the past 3 of those weeks, they've been working on their final projects, and they are about to present them to you today. You are in for a treat. There are some amazing apps that you're about to see today. We've got a few sessions happening today, so this one is the first one. There will be some more sessions happening throughout the day, so please keep tuning in. It'll be lovely to see you. If you don't know what our bootcamp is all about and you'd like to find out, please come and visit us at northcoders.com. And if you want to hire any of the lovely people that you're about to see today, please get in touch with us. Our email address is partnerships@northcoders.com. So, without any further ado, I would like to present you with our first group, Floating Lemons. Take it away.
Hi, thank you so much, Joey. So we are Team Floating Lemons, and we are super excited to be kicking off our graduation showcase today. We're going to start by showing you our app, Make Space. Next slide, please. So before we get fully into it, you might be wondering why on earth are we called Team Floating Lemons? Well, I'm going to let you in on a little secret. So during our daily stand-ups, it was the rotating host's duty to bring a fun fact of the day. This was just to get our morale up and get our spirits up to face our day of coding. On one of these occasions, one of our wonderful Northcoders tutors joined us and actually surprised us by delivering her own fact. This was that lemons float while limes sink. Now, of course, throughout the whole project phase, we definitely didn't want to be in any sinking spirits. So we decided that we were going to embody quite literally that uplifting character of the lemons, hence Team Floating Lemons. Now, within this team, we have myself, Kat, we also have Jonathan, we have Kyle, and we have Scarlett. Next slide, please. So throughout the project, we were a mix of in-person and remote, and we decided to use Agile-inspired methodology throughout. This includes Kanban frameworks. In our case, this was a Trello board, and we also used wireframing to plan our project, as you can see there. We also took 2 days to spike our technology. During this, we split into pairs and looked at the front and back end aspects. We also, throughout the entire 9 days of the project, stayed in pairs, rotating to ensure that we all got a go on all the different ends and all the different technologies that were available. This meant there were 2 eyes for debugging, and also we just got to share our experiences as we went. Of course, we also stuck to our test-driven development, our good old friend, to ensure that our code was very robust, clear, and accessible for everyone. So now I'm going to pass you on to Kyle, who is going to show you our wonderful MakeSpace app.
Okay, thank you, Kat. So yeah, this is MakeSpace. It's a multi-platform app. This is our login screen and our sign-up screen. So we're going to sign in now using an already used username, Floating Lemon. We're also going to purposely put the password in wrong, but sadly you can't see this due to an inbuilt iOS safety feature. Okay, so as you can see, Floating Lemon is taken. So we're going to go to Floating Lemons. Password is incorrect, so we're going to put in a matching password. This is our page. We're going to search all of our listings by city. As you can see, we have lots of lovely listings here. And we're going to go to the top one. We're going to go to a stunning rooftop terrace. As you can see, it's got a very high rating, lots of amenities at the bottom. And we're going to click on Rosa's user profile. This has her information and all the listings she owns. We're now going to scroll down to the bottom. We're going to make a booking. We're going to book the 21st of this month. We've booked. Thank you for your booking. We're going to click on again, and we'll now see the 21st is grayed out. We can also see Rosa's contact details. And we can also write a review. It's a 5-star review. It's a very lovely establishment. And once this review is posted, we can click on reviews and see it's already there rendered for us. So now we're going to go back to all of our listings. And we can click on the map and see where they are geographically. We can see they're all in Manchester. We can even zoom out and see the ones a bit further afield. So now we've done this, we're going to filter our listings. We can filter by price. We can also filter by amenities and size, as you can now see. You can sort by these things. You can sort by space rating, price, and alphabetically. And you can do it ascending or descending. So now you're going to make a space, a selling point. We're going to make the Northcoders branch. It's in the heart of Manchester. It's a very large space. It's a lovely place to learn how to code. This may or may not be the CEO's personal phone number. And now we're going to upload a picture. This is being handled by Firebase. We're going to say what amenities it has, and then we're going to submit it. And we'll scroll down to the bottom of our listings and we'll see it's at the bottom. This is because at the minute it has no ratings. We're now going to go onto our user profile. We're going to add a profile photo. This is Team Floating Lemons. And we're going to change our username to Team Floating Lemons. And now we can also see our listings. We only have one because we've just made this account. And if we scroll down, because this is our listing, we can delete it. Other users cannot delete other users' listings. Thank you for looking at our app, and I'll now pass on to John to talk about our tech stack.
Thanks, Carl. So for our backend tech stack, we use Node.js and Express. This was because on the course we had quite extensive experience using these, and we were quite comfortable at creating routers, models, and controllers using these too. For our database, we use MongoDB and Mongoose to interact with it. When we formed as a team, we had this ethos to always sort of push and challenge ourselves, and as we hadn't used a NoSQL database before on the course, it made sense to try MongoDB because of its popularity. The whole development of the backend was test-driven, and Mocha and Chai were our testing suites. This just tested all our integration tests between our routes and our database. In the words of Chris Whitty, next slide, please. On our front end, we knew we wanted to make a cross-platform mobile app. And as we'd already used React.js on the Northcoders course, it made sense to branch out to try React Native instead of something brand new such as Flutter. The sort of motto of React Native is learn once, write anywhere, which is exactly what we wanted to do. The project was Expo managed because when we were spiking, we really liked the developer environment that Expo gave you. It was really useful having the simulator on your laptop, but also at a moment's notice being able to have it on our phone live and interact with it as if we were a user. Any form we used was created using Formic, and when we combined it with Yup validation, it ensured that only valid data was being submitted to our database through those forms. Firebase was used for authentication, as we saw in the demo there, for login and signing up, but we also used it for storing of the images. Axios handled all our API requests, both externally and also to the API we set up to our backend. We also like the parameters it gives you for queries, and as we had a lot of queries, things like size, price, whether it has a toilet, Axios makes it really easy just to put those into your API requests. Most of the styling was done by ourselves, but there was the odd moment where we had to use React Native paper to drop in a pre-made style component. These are so ubiquitous that we know any user would know instantly how to use them, and that knew that it'd be clickable, and that this means that this is loading, and because they're so familiar, it just gave it a professional and more polished look. I'm going to hand over to Scarlett now, who's going to talk through all our barriers.
Thank you, John. Yeah, so just like all the other teams, that we naturally encountered some barriers during this final project phase. Of course, the first one was merge conflict, because everyone was using GitHub. So the first time we had a big merge, it broke the code, and it took us a long time to fix it. So after that, we decided to merge regularly. Everyone's code was up to date, and we also ensure that we all sit together whenever we do merging. And we ensure that we pull the code immediately, run it, and if there were errors, we fix the errors. So that was our new best practice of using GitHub and version control. Image uploading and map view, they are pretty much the same, and they were both new to us. And at the beginning, we couldn't figure it out and couldn't make it working properly. But with lots of Googling and, of course, trial and error, we finally made it. And it turned into very cool features in our app. With React Native and Expo, some packages have different versions, and it did cause a lot of confusion. So for this part, we went to the online tech community using resources like GitHub, Free Codecamp, and Stack Overflow, which is a really good one. So although there were some hurdles, as a team, we worked together and found the solutions, all within a very short time. Next slide, please. So if we had more time, we would love to add some more cool features in our app, filtered by distance, of course, because we had the map function, and we would be using GeoLab package to get that done. In-app payment by using some related tags such as Stripe, and of course, instant message. We would have used Socket.io or Firebase. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that's pretty much all about our apps. Thank you very much.
Well done, everyone. That was a brilliant presentation. What a lovely app. I hope we get to use it in the new year once restrictions are lifted. That would be wonderful. So I've got a question for you. I was admiring very much your image uploading feature, and I was just wondering, how are you handling your uploading and your storing of your images?
I'll take that. So it's actually a lot more complicated than it initially seems. When we're researching it, there was two apparently options you can do. You can either store the actual file on your database, but this creates problems when you want to expand it later on, your database gets bigger, or you can store a link to that file that you've stored somewhere else in the cloud. So we did the latter on that. So on our app, the image picks the image, which provides a URI that then needs to be turned into a blob, which is the technical words I later learned for it. So there's a fetch on that URI, it transforms it into a blob, and then the Firebase storage, which is what we ended up using, has sort of options for uploading blobs and files. So it's just a case of passing in that blob and it sends back a download URL, which is then stored on our database. So it's uploaded to the Firebase storage and then we just link to that on our database.
Very nice. Well handled. That sounds awesome. Just looking in the chat as well, we have a couple more questions. James asks, why did you pick MongoDB over other NoSQL databases?
So I think I'll take this one. So when we were spiking our software, we were trying to decide whether we wanted to use relational or non-relational databases. We're looking at the pros and cons of each. We actually decided to go with Mongo because we kind of just wanted that sense of trying something new, and we wanted to experience a different type because in the course we were using PSQL. But it also served a really good purpose because we began with our MVP, which we were really happy to achieve. But we did have a lot of other features in the pipeline. And using kind of a non-rigid structure, such as MongoDB non-relational database, ensures us to be able to kind of update the documents as we go when we wanted to add new features. It just made it really easy for us to kind of expand on what we wanted the app to do in the end. So it was really useful.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it. That's lovely. One more question from chat. John asks, how did you find the learning curve from using React to React Native?
Okay, I'll take that one. It was okay, really. There were some similarities between these two. They're both JavaScript based. One is for web app. The other one is more for like mobile app. So for our front end in Northcoders, we learned React. That definitely helped a lot. And it created a very smooth transition to React Native. But they are also quite different in terms of syntax and some of the other functionalities. However, in Northcoders, we did not only learn how to code, more importantly, we learned how to learn. Although we have many new problems along the way from React.js to React Native, I would say all the experience in Northcoders helped us build up a very good learning habit, and I really enjoyed it.
Excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. Wonderful stuff. Well, thank you very much, Floating Lemons. MakeSpace is a brilliant app. should be very proud of yourselves. It's wonderful. We are going to take a short break before our next group makes their presentation. But before we go, I have one fun fact of my own for you. Did you know that Northcoders is rapidly approaching its 1,000th graduate? We will be getting there very early on in the new year. So that's my fun fact for you. Fabulous stuff. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to Northcoders. We have another fabulous project group about to present to you. Their team name and their app name is Rooting for You, so please take it away.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jay. I'm here with Holly, James, and Georgia. We really appreciate your time for coming to watch us today. Our app's called Rooting for You, and we're really excited to show you what we've been working on for the past 3 weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, so the idea is we want to facilitate healthy eating, namely by encouraging our users to eat 30 different plant foods every week. Research has shown there are benefits to this, namely with increasing the variety of bacteria within your gut biome. Eating more vegetables has also been shown to improve everything from your immune system to your mental well-being. Now, I know for me, and I know for a lot of people, it's not always that easy. that it's a difficult habit to begin, and it's even more difficult to maintain long term. And that's why we think simplicity is so important. We don't have any nested, complicated settings menus. We don't have a whole lot of buttons. We just have a simple, clean, clutter-free user face that allows you to log your progress. It allows you to set goals, and it gives you some self-accountability. Along with that, we also have a reward system. We know this provides a sense of accomplishment and also helps you to build a more sustainable habit long term. Our reward system is based on a series of badges. You earn those badges by reaching milestones with the more types of different plant foods that you eat, as well as for maintaining that over several weeks. Next slide, please. Okay, so our target audience. So put simply, our target audience is anyone who wants more plant foods in their diet. We see this as low-hanging fruit because there is a trend here. If you walk around Manchester, you'll see more and more food places opening up all the time that are really strongly leaning towards plant foods. So there is a business trend here, but I think there's also a personal trend here. And we like to say that sometimes all we need is a little encouragement. Now, I can't see you all, but I hope that you're as excited as this stock image of excited people. So now I'm going to pass you over to James, who's going to give you a walkthrough of our app.
Thanks, Jay. So yeah, here's our app. So the first page you come to is the sign in or sign up. So if I type in my username, then it'll do a get request to the MongoDB on the back end, pull down all my user data. So you can see I've had 8 plants so far this week, and I've got 22 to go to reach that 30. On the left, you can see that my current streak of how many weeks I've been over 30, and on the right, my record week. So if I click to the next tab, which is the week tab, it'll show me all the plants that I've had so far this week in the top menu. On the bottom menu, it'll have all the other plants with the ones that I've already had filtered out. So it'll give me some suggestions for what I could have to get me up to that 30. So if I click to the next tab, the star, that's the badges tab. So I can see that I've already achieved the 5 fruits badge, and I can see all the other badges I can achieve. So for example, the 5 vegetables one in the middle there with the mushroom. If I click to the info tab at the end, I can get some information about why the 30 different plants are good, which plants are included in this, and what more I can do to help my microbiome. And it's got a link to the study on which the 30 plants idea is based at the bottom there. So if we go back to the home screen and add some vegetables, so I'm already on 8 plants, 3 vegetables this week. So if I add in some asparagus, it'll get me up to 9 plants, 4 vegetables. And then if I try and add asparagus again, I'll get an error saying that I've already had this week. So if I put an avocado instead, I can add that, and I'll have achieved the 5 plants badge. So I'll get a notification saying I've achieved that badge. If I go back to the badges page, I can see that that's now in my list of badges. So that's the app, and I'll just pass you over to Georgia, who's going to tell you about the tech we used.
Thanks, James. So we felt that our idea was best suited for a mobile app so users could update and view their tracker when they're out and about. So we did consider native applications for Android and iOS, but ultimately we felt that React Native was better for the cross-platform compatibility. It allowed us to reach a wider audience, but also meant that everyone on the team could also use the app because we've got a range of Android and iPhones. So ultimately we found React Native quite intuitive to use, and it was very well documented. For the back end, so we identified early on that we didn't need a relational database and the linking capabilities that came with that, but we did need our database to be flexible. So after doing some research, we decided to use MongoDB for a few reasons. It was quite flexible, so we identified early on that we needed it to be. It's quite intuitive to use, so the object-oriented approach to the data structures was quite familiar to us. It has the capability to scale, which was important when we come to add new features on in the future and the data we need there. And it was very well documented as well, which made our lives much, much easier. So yeah, we hosted with MongoDB, and we used their cloud service Atlas to host the DB in the cloud. And that allowed for a really seamless transition when we came to hosting the backend in production. We used Express to build our API as it's tried and tested and really simple to use. And finally, our backend was built with TDD. So we use Jest for the testing suite, and Holly will tell us a little bit more about why we use Jest in the challenges section. So I will pass on to Holly now.
Thanks, Georgia. So as Georgia touched upon, we did a test with Jest. We initially decided to use Mongoose to seed our database. That allowed you to set up classes before creating the database, just to allow a bit more consistency. However, when we started using Jest, we came across a lot of problems. We looked into the docs from Mongoose, and they specifically said Mongoose does not work well with Jest. So we had two options there. We could start a new testing suite, such as Chai or Mocha, or we could go and use traditional MongoDB with Jest. As you can see from George's slide, we went with MongoDB with Jest. We believe that Jest was the best testing suite for our needs to test every endpoint for our database. MongoDB also had everything we need, and whilst the classes would have been nice, it didn't affect the actual data that went into our data, as that was also consistent. Further to this, we did have issues with time management at the beginning. We spiked a lot of tech, and we had a lot of conversations about the ideas for our app. This was really useful because it made sure that we had the right idea and the right technology when it got down to it. However, when we did get started coding, we didn't have as much time as we would have liked. To manage our time, we used agile working techniques such as Kanban boards and stand-ups to make sure everyone knew what they were doing and that we could keep on track. That ensured that we met our deadlines, and as you can see, we had a great final product despite those initial time problems at the beginning. We also initially wanted to use an API from the internet, and whilst there was a lot of food APIs, they didn't have all the information we needed, and we wanted to make sure that the information we had met the specifications of the microbiome studies so people could reach their 30-a-week without having any issues. So just moving on to the next slide now, James. Thank you. Growing into the future, we'd love to have a recipes feature to help people meet their 30 a week using the suggestions page. We'd also love to have a weekly planner and a shopping list, maybe connected to a supermarket, so you can make those decisions about the plants you eat for the week ahead of time, so you can reach that 30 without any issues. We'd also like to add more gamification. As much as we love the badge feature, we'd also love to have an interactive veg patch as well, which would show the user's progress in terms of vegetables growing, and that would keep people coming back to the app, keep people engaged, and in turn keep people on their 30 a week. And we'd also love to add animations and sounds for that same reason, just to keep users engaged and coming back to the app. So just on to the next slide. Thank you for listening to Team Rooting for You. We hope you enjoy our app. If you do have any questions, please feel free to put your hand up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. What an exciting app. This is going to be great after Christmas, let me tell you. We're all going to need a little encouragement. I've got to say, everybody in the comments is absolutely obsessed with the ones that you've come out with. It is wonderful to see. We've got a question. Is this hosted? I want to use it. May we please?
Watch this space. Maybe just in time for the post-Christmas shenanigans.
Post-Christmas shenanigans. Fabulous. Lovely stuff. I've got a question of my own for you. What sort of issues did you have when you were creating your MongoDB database and hosting it with Atlas and what have you? How did you find all that?
I'll take that one. So we did have some issues creating our own database. Whilst the class system would have been helpful, as I mentioned in the problems, it didn't also weed out issues that we had with certain categories. So, for example, we had a bug in which the five fruits, badge wasn't showing when someone had 5 fruits. And we realized that the problem was that some of the categories of the fruit were down as just fruit and some were down as fruits plural, which meant that the code wasn't filtering out the right ones. So obviously that was a bit of a problem. It was also a bit more time consuming than we would have liked, but we did, as I said, I think we made the right choice in making sure it was in keeping with the microbiome studies the app was based on.
Lovely stuff. I'm glad you worked it out in the end. That's wonderful. Just having a look in the comments again. Scott's got a question for us. Nice to see you, Scott. Was the choice of color inspired by the nature of the app? It seems very earthy.
I'll take that one. Yes, green's quite classic, maybe a bit cliche. I don't think anyone will mind us saying that we're not designers, so we use colour hunt to kind of get some nice colours that complemented each other quite well. And obviously, you think of fruit, don't you? You think of greens and oranges and all these vibrant colours, which brings into the rainbow as well that we have featured in a logo as well. It's like eating the rainbow. So yeah, we definitely took inspiration from nature there.
Fabulous stuff. Colour Hunt is a wonderful resource. So I'm really glad you found that. Lovely stuff. One more question from Poonam. How did you find the transition from the structured learning on the course to the more self-directed project?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So we definitely felt sort of thrown in at the deep end at the start, particularly with the spiking. Sort of when you're just seeing a load of tech that you haven't used before, you kind of feel a bit lost. But I think once we started talking about it, and we sort of quickly realized that we already had quite a strong foundation to kind of build on. We'd already been through all our struggles with JavaScript, or a lot of them anyway. But then in terms of we'd already worked with APIs and connecting a front and a back end and using TDD, and then the wireframing and building a component tree sort of made us realize that we had a sort of foundation that we were bringing the new tech into, rather than, we weren't just out on our own. And then I think also the way we worked together sort of made it a lot, the way that we shared information between each other, and we already had experience with the pair programming, so that really helped. And I think people won't mind me saying that I feel like we were quite lucky with our team as well, that everyone was willing to compromise, and everyone worked quite well together, I think. And I think sharing the information definitely helped get through that initial hurdle. And Google obviously helped.
If I could add one more thing onto James, I think for me, one of the hardest bits was getting used to solely using the docs in terms of picking up a new technology, not having tutors there that you can go and ask any big questions. But I think that is it in itself, its own learning curve, not just learning the new frameworks, but actually learning to use the docs solely. And I think once you have done that for a few days, your confidence goes up, and it's really beneficial to be able to say to yourself, yeah, I can pick up an entirely new technology just from the docs. So I thought that was a really great part of it for me.
Fabulous stuff. Yeah. Nothing like a well-written set of docs to get you through. Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely appreciated that. I think maybe we decided not to use some tech because the docs weren't very good. But
very wise decision. Fantastic. Just one more quick question from Gray. Gray loves the app idea. Just wondering, did you consider the amount of each vegetable as an important factor for the app? Possible further functionality, or maybe unnecessary? What do you think?
Yeah, I'll take that one. I think in the research that they did on it, it wasn't really about the quantity. It was just about having the different types of fiber from the different plants, so that you've got the different bacteria that would want that fiber. So I think the amounts weren't that important, and also we didn't want to make it too restrictive on making people count. That it was just, if you had this plant, you could tick it off, and just made it a lot more easy and a lot more positive, so people didn't ever feel like they weren't getting enough of something.
Yeah. So diversity over quantity.
Yeah, definitely.
And simplicity, I think, as well. The ability not to have someone sort of have to get their weighing scale out, measure a portion, to be able to just do it in a comfortable, easy way, something you can just log into the app. I think there's a lot of value there.
Perfect. Lovely stuff. Well done, rooting for you. Fantastic app. Brilliantly executed. I've got one more fun fact for you before we take another break before our next group. Did you know that this is our largest graduation to date? There are so many students presenting today. There are so many of you graduating. And we're proud of every single one of you. So well done you for being involved in the biggest one ever. Good job. Fantastic stuff. We will take a short break before our next group, so stay tuned. Hello again, everyone. Welcome back to graduation. We have another project team ready to present their final project to you that they've been working on for the past 3 weeks. Please welcome Team Giggle.
Hi, I'm Gray. Welcome to Giggle. For our final project on our last 3 weeks here at Northcoders, Stu, NC, Dom, James and I have developed a mobile phone app that will help you find live music gigs in your local area easily and in the moment. Next slide please, James. Thanks. 10 years ago, as a young aspiring musician, I moved to Melbourne, Australia, the live music capital of the world. Out of all the big cities of the world, apparently Melbourne has the most music venues per capita. More than example, London, New York, or Los Angeles. While there was all this live music going on around me, I actually found it extremely difficult to find. I wanted to go out and explore, hop from gig to gig and enjoy what was on. But in the end, live music nights out really didn't happen that often. Small musical performances in particular were a lot harder to find than I thought they would be. Many of you may have had the same experience, wherever you are in the UK or indeed the world, just like many of us from the Gig Hop team have. Gigs are often missing from the gig guide in the local magazine, hard to track down on social media amidst a huge scroll of information, and buried from view behind bigger artists with bigger gigs on the big promotional platforms. Two of our team live and work in the small city of Plymouth. They know the local scene well, one of them being a musician himself, who even performed in Plymouth within the last couple of weeks as we were working together on this. Plymouth has a couple of quite specific live music areas with a high density of gigs, so we thought it would be the perfect town to use to showcase our app. So for anyone who wants to see and hear live music, particularly those who wish to be spontaneous and have a night out hopping around and seeing multiple different things, we present to you Gig Hop. I'm going to now pass over to James, who will take you through the user experience of the app. Take it away, James.
Okay, thank you, Gray. In this demo, we'll be showing what happens when you open up the app. It will show you, then I'll show you how to create an account, sign in as a user, and all the extra functionality that the user can have in this app. So can you start the video, please? So as soon as you open the app, you see this map screen. You can zoom in and it will show you these different markers where the events are. When you click on the marker, it comes up with this card which shows you small details of the gig. If you click on the card, you go in further to find out more details about the venue, about the gig, and there's a button that will show you the artist. So then you can go into a different day. So you'll start on the day you're on, you go choose a different date. It will show you a different set of gigs that are happening on that given day. Again, we'll show you cards of those that are happening, small details of the gig and the venue and the artist. Now we're going to set up a new artist. If you're an artist or a venue, you want to set up a new account, click on the login, and there should be a sign up now button. Now in here, it will give you areas to fill in. If you want to be an artist, it will give you more fields to fill in, or a venue. You can choose both if you wanted, say, a house band in your venue, but we're just going to create an artist. So here's all the information I've put in earlier. You just click on create account and you go back to the sign in page, sign in as the new artist, and this will give you more functionality in the app. So it will give you now a profile that you'll be able to go into. You'll be able to add a new gig here, which will send you here to where you can fill out all the information about the gig that you want to perform. You click submit new gig, and now it will not appear on the map until the gig is authorized or confirmed by the venue and the artist. In your profile, you will have a button where it says gigs to confirm. These will be gigs that have been set up for you. So if you're the artist, you'll pick the artist. You hit confirm gig, and this one has already been confirmed by the venue as well. So it now should appear on the map. So if we go back to the map view, you scroll in, you see now there are 4 pins in that little section where there were only 3. You click on the pin, there's your new gig, one you've submitted with the gig information, the venue, and your artist information. And there's also in your profile, there is a button where you can go and look at gigs that you have submitted. So not necessarily an artist or a venue, but any signed in user can submit a gig. And this is where you'll find gigs you've submitted. In here, you can do any changes. So if you wanted to change the name, the time, or anything about it, you can go in there and change it. And also in our confirmed gigs, if it's come through and you don't agree with it, you can just delete the gig and it will no longer appear on the map. Say circumstances change, it's then gone and people, all users, will no longer be able to see it. And that is the basic functionality of our map. I would now like to pass on to NC to talk about our front-end tech.
Thank you, James. Thank you very much. So for our front end, we chose React Native, which is a framework for mobile apps that can be used for a variety of mobile operating systems. Most of our testing and designs are mainly concerned with Android and iOS, but React Native can certainly be used on alternative mobile operating systems. We chose React Native because it's widely used with a strong developer community and strong documentation, which is quite accessible. React Native was also chosen as a way to try new technology without veering off from what we've already done, that is the general React library. So whilst the markup and styling were quite different in React Native, so you'd find out sort of your tags and your divs and your list that you find in React are replaced with views, scroll views, pickers, etc. in React Natives. However, the general principles of React are available in React Native, so that was quite helpful to get us started and to get going. So you'd find out stuff like use effect, use state, use context is available in React Native. I would like to highlight three major components that that brought our app to life. First was Expo, whose logo is on the on our diagram there. Expo is a developer-friendly framework with accessible documentation that enabled us to create our screens or pages and text and test functionality on both our Android and iOS mobiles rapidly. So we were constantly getting feedback on the work done and making changes where appropriate. Second component was the React Native map, which allowed for implementation of Google Maps into our app. As the figure shows, and as James has already shown us, location of the venue or the gig is central to the app, so that was quite helpful. Lastly, we used React navigation, which was very helpful to move around the app. Our app has got many screens, many views, the login or create account, the event list, the map view, venue list. So moving around without any hiccups or with minimum hiccups was done through the routing provided by React navigation. So that's basically the whole thing on our front end. I will now pass you on to Stu, where we'll talk about some of the agile methodologies that we employed, as well as our backend.
Hi, thank you, Nancy. So before getting stuck into the back end, I'd quickly like to mention the Agile and Git practices that we use throughout the project. As none of us had worked in a group this size before, we decided to make use of daily stand-ups. It's fair to say our first stand-up, which was led by myself, was shambolic, really. But however, as we went on, we found the stand-ups to be, with a proper structure, a great way to find out what everyone was doing and structure the day with the aid of our Trello board. As for Git practices, we set up the main protected branch, which required a review from another person before being able to merge a pull request from a separate branch. And then what we dubbed as mob merging sessions, where we'd combine all our work together and solve the conflicts together to make sure everyone understood the changes and we didn't overwrite anyone else's code. Now onto the back end. I feel like I might be repeating myself a little bit, but for our server and router needs, we used Node with the Express framework, a pretty standard choice that we're all familiar with. For the database, we decided early on we wanted to test ourselves with a new technology, a NoSQL database. So after a bit of spiking with MongoDB, we also realized that the flexible data structure would also suit our project, mainly due to the fact that the main premise of the app is to have a database populated by users, and this would allow us to expand and add things as we needed. So our database has more 4 main collections. It was events, venues, artists, and users. Each had a get, post, patch, and delete. So it's very flexible. But some of these patch functions got rather long and complex. And as when a new event got posted, we needed to patch it, the artist, venue, and user associated with it in an upcoming events array. So we had to keep track of everything and what was linked to what. But we got there in the end. And we did also use several lookups on the events to access the relevant artist and venue data so that we could display that all easily on our app. Thank you. I'll now pass on to Dom, who will talk about some of the problems we encountered during our project.
Thank you. So during the course of our project, we did encounter some obstacles which briefly hindered our progress. But when we look back at those, they were great learning experiences for us to learn from. So one of the very first obstacles we encountered was just the understanding of the documentation. So because we were tackling with sort of several new technologies, we really had to rely on reading that documentation, and some of them could get quite complex. So early on, we realized in one of our daily stand-ups that for the documentation for the React navigation was actually quite difficult to understand. So we were able to, from that stand-up, just reallocate our team so that we could get a fresh pair of eyes on that, just to make sure we got through that one hurdle. A second obstacle we encountered was during spiking. So we found out that the Mongoose framework that was often used with MongoDB, we decided not to go with that with MongoDB, just because from our spiking phase, we established that MongoDB on its own would be more than enough for what we needed. So we decided to not use Mongoose. But then when it came to actually setting up the database in our backend side, we realized that when we would refer to guides, often Mongoose was used alongside MongoDB. So we got stuck for a short time just about making sure that we got the framework, the database all up and running on its own. And then one other hurdle that we had was the styling. So we used Expo, which allowed us to do styling which allowed us to make an app for iOS and Android. But one thing we realized is that the components that we used would have styling specifically for Android or iOS. So in one instance, when we did the form to add a new event, it looked really well on Android and that we were really happy with it. But then as soon as we opened it on an iOS system, one of the components would actually take up the entire screen. So then we had to take even more time just to make sure we had all of the styling consistent there. And if you could go to the next slide, please, James. Yep, so our aims for the future. So even though we had these obstacles, we do believe that we've been able to achieve quite a lot with this app, and that there's also a lot of potential in the future. So if we did have a lot more time, we would love to implement some of these features, such as music clips on artist pages, including events from Ticketmaster or YouTube clips, or even developing the app beyond just gigs and incorporating other types of live events. But with that being said, if you just go into the next page, it'll just be our little outro. And it's just a thank you for joining us with this presentation. And if you do have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Fantastic presentation. Well done, everyone. Goodness knows the live music scene could use all the support it can get in these trying times. So well done for making an app that helps these people out. Good stuff. I dare say that all the musicians on the Northcoders team, myself included, appreciate this a lot. So well done. Lots and lots and lots of applause in the comments. Well done. Great job. Fantastic. Something you said near the end there kind of piqued my interest a little bit. You mentioned about maybe implementing clips of these artists in the future. So I wondered, just throwing this out there, how do you think you might go about implementing that?
I'll take that question. Basically, we did think that would be a really good idea. Being able to, on the map, going through to when you click on a gig, and then you click through and you look at the gig information, to be able to immediately be able to make a decision about would I like to go and see this music or not. We thought that would be a really good idea to have a clip of music in there, or yeah. So we thought a streaming link would probably be the best thing to have there, rather than hosting all the data on the app, because that would get pretty out of control. So some kind of stream probably from Spotify or SoundCloud or Bandcamp or multiple options. But in the end, we didn't get time to get to that stage and implement that. Thanks for the question.
Oh, good. The time constraints of project phase are a bit of a pain sometimes, and sometimes we can't get all the things done we want to. But it's really nice that you thought about what the future of the app will be. So that's really, really lovely. I thought as well, if you ever wanted to diversify from outside of gigs, so other events like performance art or plays or whatever, how do you think that would work with the state of your database as it is now?
So I can take that one. So one of the positives that we had with using MongoDB is just that it is really flexible. So being able to add sort of new features such as a new collection, for example, it's really simple to do. So when we have a collection for just gigs, we could maybe have a separate one for maybe sort of live stand-up acts or local festivals. So the way that we've sort of built up the database, it's really just allowed us to easily add more features like that if we wanted to in the future.
Fantastic. Yeah, Mongo is very, very flexible in that regard. So seems like a good choice for this app. Well done. Excellent stuff. Fantastic. Right. It looks as though we don't have too many more questions left in the comments. So well done, everyone. Brilliant job. You've made it. Congratulations. We are going to take a little bit of a longer break now before our next set of presentations. So feel free to join us again at 12:30, where you'll see even more of our lovely graduates who have got fabulous final projects to show off to you. Don't forget that if you want to hire any of these lovely people that you've seen today, get in touch with us. Our email address is partnerships@northcoders.com. And somebody else will be taking over the hosting duties at 12:30. So from me, have a wonderful festive season and have a very safe, happy, and healthy new year. Take care, everyone.
Good afternoon and welcome to another Northcoders graduation presentation. Obviously today we've got 3 more groups coming up in this particular section. This is the final graduation of the year 2021 and I just want to thank everyone for coming along and joining us. And with no further ado, I'm going to pass straight over to Team Nightmare Before Christmas.
Hello, welcome everyone. Yes, we are Nightmare Before Christmas. Welcome to our presentation. So the team consists of myself, Aniko, Steph, Will and Jeffrey. Bit of a disclaimer there, Jeffrey does have some birds and some boisterous birds in the background, so apologies if they make any sound. So introducing our app, Spontaneous. So Spontaneous is a tool to enable quick, easy, low-stress sports meetups. So sport's always been a great way to meet people and to create new relationships in a relatively low-stress environment. So our app connects the hosts who are posting their activity idea to potential attendees who can browse all the activities in their area. And with the date, time, and details all confirmed using the live chat functionality in the app, users can meet up and get to know each other over a run, maybe playing tennis, or maybe a hike, for example. So we're really targeting anyone who just wants to meet people in a less stressful environment. So this could be people who've just moved to a city, something that I experienced 3 months ago, would love to have something like this to network with. People who just want to try a new sport. Maybe they just need an extra person to give them a bit of motivation to get active, or those people who just want a few more friends. So I'll now pass on to Aniko. She'll give you a demo of the app.
Thank you. So let's see the main features of our app. Can we start the video, please? First, a new user is registering via Firebase phone authentication, and after confirming the verification code, they will be able to see all the listed events by other users. They can filter by category and click on the cards to see more details. The exact location is not added at this time for security reasons. When finding something interesting, they can request to join the event, and this request will appear on the host's profile for approval. Users can also organize their own events as well by filling out the event details, max capacity, and picking a date and a time. This is the posted event. While we're waiting for someone to join this event, let's check out the user profile. At the time of the registration, only the name is required, so the further details can be added here. For example, they can upload a profile picture or add the bio, or even change their name. And after submitting, going back to the profile, we can see the new hosted event, the volleyball tournament. The user can review who wants to join and accept or reject the applicants. So going back to the profile, we can see the user's request to join the bowled over has also been accepted. To discuss the event details, the exact location, for example, a chat room is automatically created with an event. And after joining, all the attendees will have access to it. This is a real-time chat, which is also using Firebase. And I will now pass this on to Will to explain our tech choices.
Thanks, Aniko. So when we came up with the idea for Spontaneous, we knew we wanted to create an app that mobile users could use for Android and iOS. When we were researching front-end ways of doing this, we found two main options. The first being Flutter, which uses the programming language Dart, and the other being React Native, which used JavaScript. Because we were already familiar with JavaScript, we opted for React Native. But this also gave us the capability to incorporate TypeScript, which we were all keen into getting some introduction to a strict typing language, as it would help us find errors earlier on in the app development lifecycle. To help us configure the files for iOS and Android, we used Expo because this would do it in the background, but it also provided us with live updates as we were saving the code there and then, so we could see the changes we were making in real time. For the back end, we knew we wanted to interact with the database and update the front end in real time, but we also didn't want to limit the structure of our database so that we could add future features. For this reason, we went with a non-relational database. So when we were looking into opportunities for that, possibilities, we came across Firebase's Cloud Firestore, which would allow us to access the data in real time and use it straight away. We also found that Firebase had other features that we were looking to implement, such as the authentication and the storage features. We really liked Firebase's authentication because it provided each user with a personal access token, meaning only they could log in from when they provided their mobile number and they'd only have access to their details. And sorry. So yeah, by having this all in one location from one source, it meant we were able to allocate more time into adding more features in the project. However, this didn't come without challenges, which I'll pass on over to Steph to explain more.
Thank you, Will. Yeah, so as Will mentioned, we were using Firebase for the authentication, and authentication was one of the main problems I think we encountered early on. It involved a lot of spiking and research, and we wanted something that was convenient for mobile users. So something that would allow them to log in and remain logged in, assuming they'd be on the same device, without having to constantly log in and log out every time they open the app. So yeah, we did a lot of research on this into various backend solutions. We looked at local storage, we looked at email and password verification. Eventually, we ended up settling on the Firebase solution, and because of the authentication token based on device, it allowed us just to log them in once and then they'd be remembered. And yeah, it ended up being a lot more convenient that way. Another main problem was needing image access in order for bios and profiles. We needed a way to store and access a lot of these images per user, and the way this works in Firebase turned out to be a bit more complicated than we'd imagined. But on the other hand, it also did give us a chance to work with allowing apps permission from the user's device, which is something that we never had to worry about in terms of front-end web app development. It's just not something you have to deal with there. So yeah, it gave us a chance to look into things we'd never done before there as well, which is quite interesting. Styling, as ever, is a very time-intensive process. So it was another thing that we ran into on such a short time scale for this project. It was a bit of a different process to get used to in terms of React Native, as opposed to just CSS on the front end in something like React.js. But we had all that basic familiarity with CSS as a framework, and it gave us this chance to apply it in a completely new context. And something that we did to completely simplify a lot of the worries involved in that was to stick to a consistent design. The events list was a design that was pretty much cemented pretty early on in the process, so we basically copied that along a lot of the other elements. And one of the main problems we ran into was controlling the ambition that we had when we initially set out for this project. We had a lot of ideas to expand on this idea and bring in new features, and we ended up having to exercise a lot of restraint in what we were doing. And eventually, we just had to focus down on what was strictly necessary in order to bring it to an MVP and just get those core features right. So Jeffrey can now talk about a little bit more of the future development of this app and what we could do later on. So I'll pass you over to him.
Thank you, Steph. If we had more time, we would have liked to incorporate a lot of different features which would have made for a better user-friendly experience. Some of the features we would like to incorporate were a map view around the user with available events and the function to rate other users and events after they have met or attended. With an app like Spontaneous, UX is very important. With more time, we would like to streamline the process and the interface, and would like to incorporate features that would aid in such a thing as in friends lists, social groups, and methods of reporting of any potential issues. And of course, for any form of sponsorship wouldn't hurt with the development either. This has been Nightmare Before Christmas. Thank you for your time. And any questions?
Wow, I just want to say that was really brilliant. Steph, what you were mentioning about a consistent design throughout the application, that really showed in the demo. I think, you know, showing it from start to finish, you could really feel that the app was very much tied together. I do have a couple of questions though. So the first one is, how did you organize yourself on a day-to-day basis? We're all working remotely, it looks like. Certainly we are this week. What challenges did you face? How did you approach that?
I can jump in on that one, yeah. So, I mean, it was all focused around mainly using the Trello Kanban board to organize ourselves. Obviously using GitHub for all the code development alongside, but really having that visual representation of the whole project, that's where most of the planning and thinking kind of came around. So at the start of the project, I think we spent like a solid day just going through any kind of tasks that we could possibly think of and adding it to there. Then working out, what can be done concurrently, what's going to be the main kind of critical path. So like the database stuff was known to be, we need to get that boxed off pretty quickly so that we can actually correctly display things in the front end. So I think having that visual representation, not only is it essential for project planning, I think motivation, for motivation, I found it like super handy, especially when we were forced to go remote with all the new restrictions. I think just seeing it ticking across and seeing that satisfaction, getting the little confettis on the Trello board, it really helped me go in, as we got into the final kind of grind, just finishing off the code at the end.
Brilliant. Really interesting. And you can see that that's flowing through in your application. I'm sure you've done like a brilliant job. Everything looks amazing. I do want to know, you chose to use React Native, and on the course, we showed you some React. What were the differences? What did you find different about learning a new framework in such a short amount of time?
Yeah, I can talk about that a bit, I think. Obviously we were used to React.js as a lot of the course program went through. React Native turned out to be similar enough to give us the impression it was going to be easy, but then it turned out that it had its own unique set of challenges overall. There are a lot of features that React.js has that React Native doesn't, as an extension of like front-end web-based technology. So we didn't have access to anything like standard HTML elements. So that was a bit of a challenge when it came to making things like that little drop-down box, which lets you filter events. None of the checkboxes or any of the form elements, they weren't included. We had to find extra packages for those. However, we overcame a lot of that because a lot of the extra packages, these are things that people use regularly. So there's a lot of documentation, there's a lot of user feedback, there's a lot of tutorials out there. So our experience with having to learn things very quickly and work through official documentation really came into good use there. And also, I think pair programming, especially on a lot of the more complex components, helped a lot. Like I remember there was a point where Will and I were working on the events list page. He got to grips with the implementation of the actual display of all the scrolling events a lot quicker than I did. So I knew that if I had an issue with that on another page, there was someone I could go to and kind of share that knowledge around. And yeah, sharing what we found and the knowledge and being able to ask questions to other people really simplified a lot of the process, I think, yeah.
Brilliant. That's really interesting. And actually, we've just had a question in the YouTube comments that probably relates to it. Jonathan Joseph asked, did working on a team project help you push your own learning further than maybe it would have done if you were working on your own solo, for example? Does anybody want to address that or tell us about thoughts for that? How did working as a team, you push yourself a little bit further than you would have done if you were on your own?
I can take that. So yeah, on the course we were mainly working either alone or pair programming, which is just two people. So when we started in a team, I think it was a bit difficult at the first, but we set up a few checklists on the Trello board, and then we also had merging to the main on GitHub needed 2 approvals, which helped quite a lot because we were able to review if nothing wrong is being pushed. So yeah, I think we learned a lot of new skills with this teamwork because yeah, it was quite different than working alone.
Absolutely. Sounds like you all had a really fantastic time. I just want to say Thank you very much. That was an absolutely fantastic presentation, a wonderful application. And anyone who's in the YouTube comments right now, please go wild and spam as many emojis as you can. The teams will be around in the YouTube comments to answer any questions that we haven't maybe got to. But I just want to thank you very much again, team. And you get a round of applause from me.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again and welcome back. We have another group up for you up next. This is going to be Team Frosty the Snowman. Their app is called Parkify, and we're going to Sam, who's going to share some with us.
Yep, thanks very much. Welcome to our project presentation. We are Frosty the Snowman, consisting of Yi, Bowie, Neil, and myself, Sam. And today we're going to share with you our React Native app called Parkify, which is a social meetup app with a live chat feature, and all our events will be based in parks. So on the next slide, we'll go into a little bit more information. We've just thought that in the last couple of years, an awful lot of socializing has had to be done outdoors, and we thought we could take advantage of that and create an app to use our very nice Manchester parks to a bit more, use them a bit more often, because I think they're somewhat underappreciated, and I think people are potentially lacking a space to organize outdoor events. We're really aiming this at anyone who loves the outdoors, but some events would be more aimed at adults, such as parties, and picnics would be more aimed at families. Yes, I think without any further ado, let's pass over to Yi, who's going to take us through a video demonstration of our app.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, can we just start our video? Thank you very much. Yeah, as you can see, that's a sign up page. We've got the form validation there. And in our login page, we have used the JSON Web Token for authentication. So once we logged in, this is our home page. You can go to events from there. You can see all the events by flicking through that. Or you can also go through the navigation bar on the side. Go to anywhere, really. You can go to user page, for example. You can see all the hosted and attended events or a specific user, as well as some basic user information. Right, now let's go to create events. Let's create an event called the graduation party. Okay, as you can see, we have an integrated map feature down below, which you can just select the location using that map, and then we can submit. When we submit it, it will land it in the Find the Events page. As you can see, let's go filter out and find out the events we just created. It's over there. As you can see, all the details of events are there, and also any place has a name link in blue color. You can click on it, and you can look through the user profile that way as well. And now let's go back to the event page, and let's go find the events called Sunday Run Day. Okay, so once we go into it, you can see already had some participants in it. Let's check out another feature called live chat. So for the live chat, we use the Socket.io to do this. I'm sorry, because we had the two screens, but it's cropped it down. But anyway, everyone in the chat can participate in this chat window. Like, we're just waiting the third person to respond the message. Yeah, every single message is pushed into our Mongo database in real time. So what's cool about our app is also that for our chat app, every single event has its own chat room. So if you go into a different event and if you're trying to open the chat room, the first thing it's going to do is fetch all the chat history, and all the chat history is completely different, depends on which room you're in, and that persists through. And if you don't like the event, you can leave, and your name will be removed from the participant list. And that's about it. I'll pass on to Neil to talk a bit more about the front end.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Yi. And yeah, so if we have our front end slide. Yeah, so you can see here two circles. On the left in the green circle are our incorporated technologies. On the right are ones that we explored in our testing phase, and we'll explain why we didn't employ those in the end. So as you can see, we chose React Native as our main front-end framework. During testing phase, we also tested Svelte Native, which we found was a really exciting platform. We liked the way it managed states, but we found that the native version was not quite as mature as React Native. We had a bit of difficulty with the environment setup, particularly for myself and Sam, who were working on Ubuntu machines. So another great point for React Native was that it has this Expo package associated with it, which is a brilliant framework for bundling your app for native and web environments. It was really quick and easy to set up, and we could get coding very fast at the start of the project. We chose Axios for making HTTP requests. We were all really familiar with that from previous projects on the front end, and we found it to be a really dependable choice. For our live chat feature, we tested both Socket.io and Pusher, which is a paid commercial package. And we wanted to make sure that our chat history would persist with both of these packages. We found that none of them actually offered this functionality right out of the box. So as you mentioned, we built that ourselves, and we have our chat history fetching from our back end. So we chose Socket.io to run the actual chat rooms, as it's free and unlimited to use. Native apps require a little bit of a different navigation solution to a typical React project. So we chose React Navigation as our package to manage this. And in terms of overall language choice on the front end, we decided on JavaScript, as we were taking on quite a lot of new technology pieces in this project. So we wanted a dependable choice that we were all familiar with. So next I will pass on to Bali on the next slide, who will take us through our backend.
Thanks, Nate. For the backend, we are using Node.js with the Express.js to build our REST API. We considered using Firebase since it provides a wide range of solutions, whether it's database, authentication, storage. We really wanted to explore different technologies, so we use MongoDB for our database. We considered using Postgres, but we already used that for one of our Northcoder projects. So we use MongoDB for our database, and we use JSON Web Tokens to secure our API, so only authenticated user can access our API. We started working on AWS S3 for our storage, but we realized that we're not going to have enough time to implement that on our front end. So we end up using MongoDB Atlas to host our database. And finally, we have used Heroku to deploy our app. Next, Sam will talk about our agile practices. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Thanks very much, Bali. Yeah, as you've said there, we had to be quite an agile team throughout this project. I would say the main challenge in that regard was the fact that we're a split team. Myself and Neil are Manchester-based, and Yi and Bali are in Leeds. So the two halves of our team have never actually met. But I have to say, I really feel like we have, because the communication's been so strong, particularly in the second half of the project. Yeah, we had stand-ups every morning to discuss the plans for the day and who's going to work with whom and on what. And at the end of each day, we had, as we called it, a stand-down meeting to, let's say, show off what we'd done and complain about what we hadn't managed to do. And all of our workflow was quite well managed, I think, through the Trello board, which you can see on our screen there. We tidied that up for the screenshot. Wasn't always that tidy, but yeah, we also, I would say, a main challenge for us was React Native, particularly at the start. We had expected React Native to be more similar to React for web apps that we previously used than it actually was. But we soon realized there was no HTML involved. There's just React Native components. But we got our heads around that, as well as the complicated navigation system and the custom packages we had to install. And it was a lot of fun to use in the end. I'd also say a huge constraint for us was, of course, time. I think we only had around 8 days of coding in the end, over sort of 2.5 weeks of the total project. After the testing phase, there's only about 8 days of coding. But I would say we're quite realistic about what we would and wouldn't be able to fit in that time. And we constantly updated each other on what was going to be done in time in the back end or the front end. And I think we'll talk a little bit later about some things we would have liked to implement. But I would say one thing which started as something of a stretch goal for us and actually was implemented very quickly was the live chat, the Socket.io live chat. And it was almost single-handedly done by Yi. So I would say, well done, mate. It looked good. And could you tell us a little bit more about that just now as well?
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Regards to the Socket.io and live chat, because we think the live chats are such a core feature of our app, we definitely wanted the chat history can persist through refreshes, and also have to distinguish which different events rooms have different chats, and all the people can participate in, not just two people chat together, but a group chat as well. So we have spiked out different solutions, but none of those solutions actually offer such feature to preserve the history out of box. So we develop our own database to deal with that. The problem with Socket.io is that whenever the first person enters the room, it generates a new session ID that is totally random, because every time it always generates a new session ID that's random, made it difficult to distinguish the chat rooms and preserve the chat history. So what we did is we attach an event title to the session ID whenever a new session is opened. And if next time the same chat room is opened, although the session ID will be different, we're still going to attach the same event title to it and fetch the history queried by that event title. So all the messages with that event title will be fetched, and everybody in the event will still stay together, and the chat history is preserved through that way. And we also, every message is sent with the event title as well. So that's how we achieved it. And another problem we had with chat is that I find the Socket.io is a bit inconsistent with configurations between different versions. So different version has the different configuration you need to tweak with. Actually, the latest version doesn't work with React Native, the latest version of the React Native. So what we did is we just tried so many different versions, and in the end, we used 2.04 on the server side Socket.io and 2.11.11 on the front end Socket.io to do that, which play nicely with React Native. We also have two backends of this project. So one of the backends is dedicated to Socket.io. That seems to work better, and quite happy with the end results. Yeah, that's about it. And I will pass on to Neil to talk a bit more about future plans.
Thank you very much, Yi. And again, great job on the chat features. Yeah, so as mentioned in our challenges section, we were on a very tight time frame for this project. And our brief of a meetup app is something that could potentially expand into a lot of different areas. So we had a lot of stretch goals that we could have explored, and we'd love to share some with you now. So first of all, sharing pictures between event attendees. As Bally mentioned in the backend section, we were looking into Amazon S3 to potentially enable users to upload, store, and share pictures between themselves. This was originally an example of an MVP feature that we transitioned into a stretch goal afterwards. We thought that we'd want to have this feature really working 100% before we were comfortable putting it in the app. So we decided to keep it as a stretch goal for now. Next, we'd love to implement the ability for users to follow different categories of events and follow other users. And to incorporate with that, we could send push notifications to users, to let them know when a new event they might be interested in has been posted, or when they've received a chat message, from a friend. Finally, with any kind of meetup app or meeting people from the internet, safety is a very valid concern. So we'd love to be able to implement some safety features, to verify users and allow people who use our service to be more confident about the people they might meet. So one thing we'd love to explore particularly in that regard is using facial recognition for verification. That's a feature that's starting to make its way into dating apps, for example, and we think it's a really great idea and it's something we'd love to incorporate if we had more time. And so finally, for our last slide, I would like to say thank you very much, everyone, for listening. We really hope you enjoyed seeing our app, Parkify. We've enjoyed producing it and presenting it to you, and so we'd love to take any questions that you might have.
Please imagine that you were in a room filled with people, and that is a huge round of applause from everyone involved, as I'm sure everyone in the YouTube comments would love to give you right now. So please feel free to hit some emojis. Look at that coming through right away. Firstly, fantastic presentation, brilliant app. I love the idea. I think that as a group of individuals, the past 2 years has taught us a lot about going outside and meeting up with friends in open spaces, and I think that's a really good thing to go forward and take on as a group of people. I do have some questions though. So, as somebody very astutely pointed out in the YouTube comments, React Native is somewhat different to React. I did notice, however, that you had a very nice sliding menu come up to kind of deal with navigation. Now, how did you handle navigation in React Native as opposed to something that you're more comfortable with in React?
I can take that one if that's all right. Yeah, I was somewhat confused when I came into the front end part of the project after a few days starting on back end. I thought, what on earth is going on with this navigation system? Because we all used React previously in the course, and the page navigation system was just between different pages. You would click on a link to a different page, whereas this was sort of a twofold navigation system in that there's the drawer menu that you mentioned there with drawer items. So if I would take, for example, the find events item, you click on that, you're into that screen, but you've got another navigation system within that screen, which is called the Stack Navigator, I believe, which is essentially layers within that one screen. So the top one was the event list. If you click on an event, you're into the next layer, which was a single event page. And then there's another layer under that, which was a user page if you would click on a participant's name. So that was all quite confusing, but I would say very rewarding to manage to get right, because obviously that's how you want an app to be able to function. And I would say, it's very nice to use in the end.
Brilliant. I'm glad you enjoyed it. We have a question from the YouTube chat. Joe Imlay asks, do you have any thoughts on how you might implement facial recognition in the future and what tech you use? Did you have a chance to spike it out in the run up to it, or is it something that you decided early on that maybe it was a stretch goal? Anybody do any research? Thoughts?
I think. Sorry, go ahead, Sam. That's fine.
I was only going to say, I think you know more about that than us.
Oh yeah. I found an API on the GitHub just called Facial API. Really, I tried a bit doing the spike. It seems to detect the camera images to compare with a photo quite well. We just don't have the time to try it really. So yeah, if we get time, I think that we should be able to do it. So the idea is that we just want somebody that has a profile picture. We can verify it, so we know you are you. That's basically it.
That's brilliant. I mean, you guys had a very short amount of time to put this app together. And I know that you spent a lot of time in the spiking phase trying to find out as much as you can do. So it's about getting a working MVP and a proof of concept out there. And I think you've done an absolutely fantastic job. But it is good to hear that you had the opportunity to push out and try and find out some of those different technologies that you might want to implement in the future. I noticed that you had managed to integrate maps across the board for your ability to find locations. How did you get along with integrating those things?
Yeah, I can take that one on. So integrating the maps, we did. Me and Sam put some hard work into that, and we did come across some particular problems. One of which was that during our development we were making quite heavy use of the web bundler. And we found that when we began exploring with React Native maps, that posed a bit of a problem for some of us because it wouldn't work in the web bundler because it depends on native environment features. So we were able to find a different package to add on to this, which is React Native Web Maps. This would allow us to retain the same map view code, the same map markers, and things like that. We wouldn't have to transform them into HTML elements just to make them work with the web bundler. But it was challenging to install. It took quite a bit of poking around inside the Expo bundler and changing our web package to make sure that the React Native elements were properly aliased when they're into web elements when doing the bundler. But we did eventually get it working in surprisingly fast time. It was very satisfying when we managed to get that going.
Nice, good. That sounds brilliant. I always find that whenever I've had to enter any of the Webpack config, it's been a real exercise in how to get lost in a JSON object. But it sounds like you've managed to navigate it really well. Well, I just want to say absolutely thank you again, gentlemen. A really, really fun application. It looked beautiful on the screen. And congratulations. Please, everybody who is watching live, please, I would love to see some claps in the comments. Go for it, because these guys absolutely deserve it. And we're going to go for a short break, but thank you very much. hello, and welcome back to the final Northcoders graduation of 2021. We are halfway through, just like 2/3 of the way through this second round of projects, and I'm really excited to hear about this next application from Team Chorus. Serena is going to bring us in and tell us about your app, Quietly.
Cool, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Chorus, and we are excited to present our app Quietly, providing a digital voice to your choir group. Next slide, please. So I recently joined a community choir group and noticed it was hard to stay organised. Different methods of communication are used for sharing information, events, song sheets and recordings, such as Facebook groups, emails, and Dropbox. As a team, we realised we could make an app that solved these issues. We focused on creating a space where a user could register, look for a choir to join, and when accepted, see messages, events, and files all in one place. We also wanted the choir leader to have extra abilities to be able to communicate to choir members easily. I'll now hand over to Gosha, who will go through a demo of the app.
Thanks, Serena. Hi, everyone. So when we decided to build this app for Serena, it was important for us that it's a mobile app, so easily accessible on the go, and that it works both on iOS and Android, which is why we decided to develop it using React Native so that we could build this fully cross-platform app. As we went, we tested it on both Android Studio and Xcode simulators to make sure it looked good on both. There are two sides of the app, so you can either be just a member of a choir, or you could have your own choir, which you're a leader of, and have access to different features like creating posts, adding events, and sharing files. Great, let's watch the demo. Cool, so you can register or log in through Firebase authentication. So we wanted to make sure it's a secure, encrypted login, and it was also a well-known Google platform, so we thought it'd be a good choice for our app. So once you access the app, you can see a list of choirs, which you can filter by location. You can then open that choir's page, request to join, send a message to the choir leader. They then be able to see a notification come through and either accept or reject your request. On the app, you can also access your profile, where you can edit your info and your profile picture. Once that's done, you click submit, and you can see the changes straight away. So our users are already a member of a choir, which they can see there on the side nav. You can be a member of multiple choirs. They'd all then appear on that side nav automatically. You can view posts for the choir, and you can leave comments as well. You can then navigate to the events page through that bottom tab, Navigator, and confirm your attendance to the event, and that'll automatically send a notification to the leader. So as a user, you can also create your own choir. So Kate here is actually a Northcoders student, and she wants to create a Northcoders choir, which will automatically appear on the front page for other people to join. So as a leader of this choir, she now has different features available to her. So on the main choir page, she can now create new posts, which would automatically send a notification to all choir members. She can also create events like concerts or rehearsals. She can choose a date there, time, and add a description. And this would also send a notification to all members of this choir. Once that's done, all choir members will be able to then go into that events page and confirm whether they're going or not. Cool. Thanks for watching our demo. I'll now pass over to Ramon, who will take you through the tech stack.
And that really helped us to have a good understanding of the structure of our application. The modular controller is handled in the backend, by a RESTful API built with Node.js, Express, and MongoDB, and it's hosted in Heroku. Of course, we use TDD with Yes to make sure that all of the endpoints work as they should, and it also provided great confidence to supporting the front-end layer of our application. From the beginning, we saw this project as a great opportunity to learn and explore new technologies that we might find in the next steps of our careers. During the course, we had a really good experience building databases with PostgreSQL, and we really have a really good understanding of how relational databases work, but we choose MongoDB to learn a new approach to store data in a non-relational way. Our database is hosted in Mongo Atlas, a database as a service from Mongo, and we query the database using Mongoose, a really powerful JavaScript library that made it really easy to interact with the database, and it also gave us the possibility to create some shape through schemas. From the beginning, we thought that the best solution to build the application was to use a native application because, of course, we can take advantage of some of the native features, like, for example, push notification when an event or like a rehearsal and a concert is posted in a group. At first, we tried with Ionic framework and we built some spikes with it, but we found out that the documentation was not the best, and we thought that that could be a risk to our project. And then we tried React Native with Expo, and we quickly felt comfortable with it. And we realized that React Native was the perfect tool to build quietly, especially because the loading time is much faster than Ionic, and there is a lot of libraries and components that we can quickly implement and integrate in our app, and they will translate really nicely into each native environment. So that are some of the reasons behind our tech choices. I'll pass you on to Jonathan, who's going to explain lessons we overcome during the project.
Brilliant, thank you, Ramon. So some of the challenges. So we had quite an ambitious minimal viable product as a scope. Would we have changed that on reflection? Absolutely not. I think we all agreed as a team that we wanted to raise the bar really high so we could produce as much functionality as possible. And I think that went really well. I think the whole ethos of the boot camp at Northcoders is to challenge ourselves and to get the very most out of the experience. So I think we built upon that ethos. The back end was a challenge. We had a lot in our minimal viable scope, and creating the number of endpoints we needed was quite a challenge, especially with all the TDD. I remember Ramon and I laughing about being over 1,000 lines of code when we were creating our tests in jest. Moving on to remote coding, tools and connectivity. We were all based remotely. That gave us a number of challenges. I remember my internet failing for a couple of hours one morning when we were at a key critical part of a component, but we worked really well as a team and we overcame it. We used the standard tools such as Git, we did pair programming, we did mob programming, so we were very flexible in our approach. So if anybody had a challenge, we were quite happy to fail fast and learn quick, get on a quick call with each other and help wherever we could. I think we worked fantastically as a team to achieve that. So James, if you could move on to the next slide, please. Lessons learned. Communication is king, especially in a project such as this with a small time scale. So we used the agile methodology. So we did daily stand-ups. We looked at what our impediments might have been. We talked about them in the group. We were very open and honest throughout. So if we struggled with a bit of tech or we were uncomfortable with something, then we helped each other to overcome, and we actually delivered a lot better by communicating in that way. We used Trello as well, so we had a Trello board. Thankfully, our confetti was digital and not in the real world, as I think we'd have created a lot of litter because we really did achieve a lot throughout this project. have to commit to using Git, and we did so. We did have some challenges around Git at the beginning. We had a few merge conflicts, but we built upon the lessons we'd learned previously in the boot camp. We used some great tools such as the insights and network topology in GitHub that would give us the relationship between our branches and main, for example, and they quickly empowered us to overcome them challenges. So we learned that Git's a fantastic tool, and we just want to explore that more and more in our career following Northcoders. Don't burn the midnight oil too often. We were really passionate about our project. We loved it. We spent lots of hours, sometimes, pushing a bit late in the evenings. We don't regret doing that, but we also were very mindful of not burning out during the project phase. And where one or two of us might have struggled if we'd been up late the night before, we picked that up between us and we helped to manage the load throughout the team. So we were very flexible, we were very supportive, and we helped each other deliver what I believe is a fantastic project. So I'd like to finish by saying thank you. It's been an honor to be part of this group. I want to pass on to Serena now to go through what we'd like to do to develop the app further and to open up to any questions that anyone may have. Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. So yeah, just to finish off, we'd like to develop the app further with extra features shown here. So showing a map of choirs available to join using the Google Maps API, enabling a user to see a feed of choir events using a calendar view, having the ability to play recordings in the app, and having the ability for users to pay the weekly rehearsal fee. So final slide. Just saying thank you very much for listening, and does anyone have any questions?
Hey, we're all coming back in. I always have questions, but first, before I get to them, I just want to thank you all. That was a really great presentation and a really beautiful app. Things of note: cutest dinosaur today. You're currently holding the record. I don't know if we're going to get any more, but I'll see if we can get an award made up. I think what Jonathan, you were saying about not burning the midnight oil, I think that's really important. You've all had a journey at Northcoders. It's been, a long one. 13 weeks of solid, at least 8:30 till 5 o'clock every day. Really important to make sure you're not overexerting yourself and burning out in a time like this. So yeah, brilliant. I do have a couple of minor questions that I thought as I was going along here. You chose to use MongoDB as opposed to an SQL database. What was your inspiration for that? What was the spiking process like? What were the differences, the benefits? What made you pick it?
So, can I take that one? Okay. Yeah. So, well, we take the opportunity to learn a new approach to store data, and MongoDB is a really popular database, so we picked that out, and we really enjoy it, especially because it's so flexible. So at the earliest stage of our app, we made some assumptions about how the data is going to look and how we are going to interact with it. But then during the process of building the application, we realized that maybe some of the data structure were not the best. And it was so easy to update and change the data structures and data types. And I also like the way that you can nest data inside objects. So you don't need, for example, a table to one-to-many relations. You can have an array inside an object. And that was really, really, really helpful.
Absolutely. That sounds really interesting. And most importantly, when we're making text choices, a great reason to use it, right? Absolutely fantastic.
Can I jump in and just add to that, Ramon?
Yeah, of course you can, Jonathan. Sorry.
I think that's fantastic, the feedback Ramon's given there. But also simple things like you've got a big code base to write when you're doing a project like this. It's quite a large endeavor in this time scale. So little things like creating the queries. So, within MongoDB, we could pull a lot of information back with a one-line syntax query in MongoDB, versus in the PSQL land using a select statement, we might have 10 lines of code. So the code base was much smaller to get the same amount of functionality back. So I think that was another real positive from using MongoDB.
Nice, brilliant. We have had a couple of comments in the chat in general, but I just want to say that your app looked beautiful and it was beautifully styled. Like, how did you come up with like a consistent kind of brand image? Who here is the designer and would like to take credit for that and explain to me about how wonderfully you've done?
I'll take that one. Thank you very much for the lovely feedback. Yeah, so I've actually just, like, at the beginning of the project, just created a few different mood boards with different color schemes and different logos, and just a couple of different sort of screen examples what the app could look like. So we, on that, one of our stand-ups, we had a look at that, and we discussed the different designs and agreed on one that we went with, and that's kind of how it all came together.
Wow, sounds brilliant. Sounds brilliant. Well organized. I love a well organized design team, and it sounds like you've done a great job there. Again, we've seen many people using React Native today, but you had a spike at a few different technologies. So you mentioned briefly you had a look at Ionic, you had a look at Bootstrap, you had a look at React Native. Talk to me about the journey, because that framework decision is probably one of the key things that builds your app, right? So how did it compare? What brought you to the conclusion? Whoever is up.
Do you want me to start with Ionic? I can start off with Ionic because I took ownership of doing the spike on Ionic. So we decided that we were going to split up and we were going to communicate between us as we did the spike. So I took on Ionic, we spiked that out. I felt the documentation was a little bit fragmented, and we built upon the principle of fail fast, learn quick. And so as we were going through the tutorials, we were feeling that actually this is a bit fragmented. They weren't updating the docs based on the versions frequently enough. So quite quickly, the documentation and tutorials you were using were out of date. So that sort of put an impediment to spiking out the technology. So then Serena and Gosha were at the same time spiking out React Native. So if you can imagine, the two camps were communicating between each other, and we were talking about impediments, how easy the technology was to use. And we came to a consensus that React Native was going to be a lot easier for us to grab hold of and run with. We thought Ionic was actually had some really great pieces, so it had a lot more components available for stylizing the app, but they're no good if you can't implement them. So we made a decision as a team, an executive decision as a team, to go with React Native. We all sort of suffered with Android Studio. I think anybody you talk to about Android Studio just laughs. So yes, we got it working, but there weren't too many other technologies available for us to use. So sometimes you've just got to suck it up and find solutions on the internet. Go on Google, go on Stack Overflow, and just be persistent and tenacious. One of the great skills Northcoders has taught us is to go and be tenacious and keep at working on a solution until you get a fix. So I don't know, Serena, Josha, do you want to talk a bit more about React Native and why you felt that was maybe a better choice for us?
I think we pretty much covered it. I think just documentation and just being very widely used. We thought that would just be really useful for when we're actually writing the code ourselves. So yeah, that's what I did.
Wow, that is brilliant, and it's a testament to your teamwork that you've took such a thoughtful and considered approach to it. It seems like you've planned very effectively, and you've all worked together brilliantly as a team. And I think that is fantastic, given that 13 weeks ago you didn't know who each other were, and 4 weeks ago you hadn't worked together as a team, and you only had 9 days to pull this entire application together. So from me, I think you've done a fantastic job. Everybody has done brilliantly today. And I just want to give personal thanks to you all. Again, YouTube, please do your thing. And I'll give you a one-person round of applause and say, well done. And thank you very much. You did brilliantly.
Jim, can I just make a final note?
Of course you can.
I just want to say thank you to my team. I really enjoyed working in this team. And everybody in my team had a unique set of skills, and we all just delivered. And I was just so grateful and honoured to be part of such a team with such great abilities. Thank you, everybody. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
Well, I don't think I could put it any better than that. That is the last from this particular session. We will be back at exactly 2 o'clock with 3 more wonderful teams to hear their journeys. But please, once again, give it up for Team Quiley. What a fantastic application. Good work.
Perfect.
Hello and welcome to the third of 4 graduation showcase sessions today. This is our largest graduation ever with 50 people graduating. It's been such a pleasure being part of their coding journeys over the past 13 weeks. And the projects you're about to see have been produced over the last 2 and a little bit weeks. First up, we're going to have James and Ben, who are in a situation that's not quite like the other grads that you're going to see today. Firstly, there are only two of them, and they were actually tasked with creating a proof of concept by the company that they work for. So thanks to Matt and Joe from Crisp for the help and time with that, getting that all sorted. And we'll have some time for questions after each presentation. So if you think of anything as the presentations are going on, please pop them in the chat, and I'll try and present those to the teams at the end. But if we don't have time to get to them all, the teams can go in and answer those in the chat as well afterwards. So it's time for you to take it away. Over to Ben and James.
Good afternoon. We're Team Kebab Case. My name is James and I'm joined by Ben. We are two apprentices from Crisp, a social media risk intelligence company based in Leeds. And today we are presenting our web app, the Visual Solution Builder. Next slide, please. Crisp asked us to work on a project with a real-world application for the project phase of the Northcoders bootcamp, and we were tasked with providing a proof of concept that took a visual blueprint of shapes and data and outputs this information in a structured data format. The Visual Solution Builder takes a very simple subset of the Crisp platform capabilities. The visual canvas, as shown on the right there, features three shapes representing a customer, a record of data collection, and a method for that data collection. That is currently produced in diagramming apps such as Lucid Charts. Our app then outputs this data into JSON, automating a process that was previously manual to later be used by Crisp engineers. I'm going to pass on now to Ben, who's going to talk through the demo of the Visual Solution Builder. Next slide.
Hello, hi, this is just a quick walkthrough of the Visual Solution Builder. This is basically a single page React app made with a sidebar and a canvas. There is a space on the sidebar to increase the amount of shapes we want to have in the future. This is just a proof of concept, so it's quite basic for now. And there's an export button at the bottom to basically return structured JSON from the diagram that would be created by a Crisp architect with a client, and then passed the JSON from that to a Crisp engineer. Here was placing different shapes on the page and linking them. It's quite important in terms of the linking process to understand how it all fits together. And yeah, just showing all the shapes here. Decided to go with a pop-up form, making use of Material UI here. As we know, the forms will get quite long in the future, could have quite a lot of data in them, so it made sense just to have them sort of come up separately. Otherwise, the diagram might get a bit messy quite quickly. So here on submit, it saves all the data you've input to that object and saves it ready for when you export it. I've also got the capability of deleting links, reassigning them, having multiple links, deleting shapes, of course. And each type of shape would have a different set of values that it's prepared to take. This is generally what a sort of small diagram would look like. It's different data being input, and this is the controls capability. So we can zoom in and out, see certain parts of the diagram. We can also lock it, and this is what you get when you click export a structured JSON with all the objects on the canvas and the sources it's linked to. I'll pass you back to James.
Thanks, Ben. So once given the project tasking, we set about spiking and investigating different technologies that would be useful for this project. We soon discovered the React Flow library, an open source and customizable React.js library for building nodes and edges, which Ben has talked about in terms of shapes and connections. We were able to customize these nodes to produce our three shapes, each holding different inputs, and then from there we were able to create connections between them. React Flow also offered us canvas functionality onto which we're able to do the drag and drop of our shapes from the sidebar. React was used to render the web app, and we also made use of MUI, a user interface library for buttons, icons, and form dialog boxes rendered in the app. Ben will now discuss some of the challenges we faced and what we learned from this project.
Yep, so originally this sort of spiking phase was maybe slightly different to most groups because we sort of knew what we had to make and straight away knew we have to get a shape on a page and assign value to it and eventually for them to link together and actually mean something. We started before we found the React Flow renderer library. We were doing this all from scratch, basically trying to use SVG, standard vector graphics, to scalable, sorry, and placing them on a HTML canvas. We did try this for a couple of days, and it was sort of quite clunky. There's a lot to learn, and thankfully then found the React Flow library, which was extremely helpful. Basically, had everything we could ever want, all the functionality, loads of examples on the website. So I'm really glad we found that because it's made it a lot cleaner and easier to use. The only problem we had with React Flow was while there were loads of examples, the actual technical documentation for it wasn't particularly great. It just wasn't as detailed as we're used to with React, which has amazing documentation. So it just meant a lot of Googling, YouTube, and it sort of is quite a small library compared to some. So it might sometimes take us a bit longer than we'd hoped to find the issue, and fix it. But yeah, we got through okay. In terms of agile practices, we did follow them. The only way I'd say is probably not to get the full experience, because as we were just in a pair, there wasn't sort of switching around with teams and loads of that. But we did follow a Kanban board, which helped us split every day up into sort of individual challenges. That's very helpful. It's nice seeing problems move across the screen as we went. We made use of stand-ups and of course pair programming. It's always better having two pairs of eyes than one on a problem. It helps us keep sort of stay more in line as well, so we don't have two different ideas trying to work at the same time. But yeah, it went okay in the end. Pass you back to James.
As it currently stands, the Visual Solution Builder would benefit from additional features and functionality. Top of that list is reverse functionality, where, given extra time, we would look to implement a button so that JSON data could output a visual blueprint, useful for showing clients and internal stakeholders any planned workflows. Furthermore, save and import functionality would be crucial for more complex or collaborative projects using this web app. We would look to develop back-end functionality using a non-relational database such as MongoDB in order to provide the flexibility required when dealing with future data additions. And then finally, additional styling elements would provide the end user with a clearer user interface, such as directional flow on connections like arrowheads. And also the creation of additional custom shapes will also ensure that this app can scale to fit the company's requirements. I'm going to pass on to Q&A. Both of us.
Excellent, thank you both. And it's been really nice to see this process from my point of view, from getting that initial brief to what you've been able to produce. And it's really nice to see the positive comments coming through in the chat as well, especially from the Crisp people. We've got a question from Owen. As it was only two of you, did you primarily use pair programming or give each other separate tasks to come together every hour or so?
Do you want me to take that, James?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, to begin with, especially during spiking and maybe the first week, we were separate because we wanted to desperately try and find the best way of creating these shapes. And yeah, we did that for a few days. After we found the React library, we thought it would be quite important just to stick together, as even though it was React, it was a library. It didn't have tons of resources. So we thought probably best stick together. And as we're not implementing tons of features, there wasn't loads to go and do separately. And we wanted to get a good base down. So we thought using the pair programming would help.
Awesome. And I've got a question sort of around that is, what do you think would have been harder or easier if you'd had more team members with you, as there were only a couple of you?
Do you want me to go? Do you want to get that?
Well, I think Ben mentioned that the agile work practices might have been more useful. Certainly, it was a little bit awkward having done most of the pair programming, recounting what we did to each other yesterday. It was more like a memory test. But there's certainly been more challenges in terms of making sure that everyone's on the same page and working to a deadline.
Brilliant stuff. Okay. And we've got a comment from Matt as well, who was the one setting the brief, or most of the brief. So thank you guys. This is great. This is a great real world project for us. Ooh, I'm really struggling. And you've done a huge amount in a short space of time. Thank you. It's lovely to see. Okay, right. Let's take a short break there, and we'll come back with another project teams. Once again, show big love in the chat to James and Ben. Thank you very much, everyone.
Cheers. Thanks, Scott.
Hello, welcome back. Welcome back. Unfortunately for some of you, Ben and James, who you saw before the break, are already taken. But if you're interested in hiring any of the grads from the next couple of groups, please do get in touch with us, partnerships@northcoders.com. And with that in mind, I'll hand you over to Atlas from BeatDrop.
Hello everyone. My name is Atlas Brosen, and we are Team BeatDrop. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the rest of the team. That's Alex Evans, Jack Marsden, James Jinks, and Sachin Naranji. And today we are presenting our game, BeatDrop. Next slide, please. BeatDrop is a vertical scroller game where the player must dodge platforms, obstacles, collect power-ups, avoid power downs, and build a high score. During account creation, the player can customize their profile and overall game experience by selecting from 6 different in-game characters to play as, all of which look and feel slightly different to play. If the player scores high enough, they can unlock a variety of achievements across 5 distinct levels that we have playable within the game. Additionally, if the player manages to place a high score, that score is posted to our social feed, where the player can then see their personal scores for each level and compare those scores against a global leaderboard. So now I'd like to hand you over to Jack for the demo.
Hello, thank you. Thanks, Alice. So hi. Hello, my name's Jack, and I'm going to run through the overall design of the game and how certain features were implemented. For our initial sign-up page, we use Firebase authentication, allowing us to use the cloud service to store our user information. We have a level select system. This allows users to cycle through each of our levels with a small preview on each of them, and then the option to play. We decided to design a number of different levels with different themes, with music tracks and sound effects to support each one. We'll play a bit of the audio and then we'll review. Yep, so you can mute that now, thank you. So the main points of the game is to increase your score by collecting stars as you're travelling through the level and avoid obstacles on the way. The player moves along the x-axis while the background infinitely scrolls throughout the level and the obstacles travel upwards, giving the feeling that the player is falling. The stars, the power-ups and the obstacles are relatively similar in design for how they are generated. We wanted to create something of a level generator, meaning that we can implement more complex designs with ease. All of the objects are procedurally generated, meaning each level will be different on each playthrough. Each of the objects are recycled as well, so once they leave the screen they're destroyed and then recreated below the player. Creating the objects in this way streamlined the process and allowed us to have the ability to create more levels. We also implemented a pause menu. The user can pause the level as well as mute and unmute the current music. And then as you can see, once we come towards the end of the level, it shows the user's overall score and then also the medals they've achieved for that level. Upon achieving a high score and placing on the global leaderboards, this will then be reflected in our socials page. This shows our most recent events worldwide. Other users are able to see this feed and comment on the post to interact with other users. We use the same card design for each of the pages, keeping the design consistent throughout the web app, whilst also maintaining that nice overall look. Users can interact with others on this feed by leaving messages, congratulating on various things such as achievements or high scores. Okay, and the next thing we'll look at is the profile page. So this allows the user to select their avatar. This reflects both in-game and on the social feed as well. And additionally, you can also check the medals you've achieved for each level on this page. The sprites on the page are static. For the game, we actually had to stitch these together to create a sprite sheet so we could have a full animation on movement within the game. The final thing that we'll look at is our high scores. So you've got the personal high scores, which shows your personal best for each 5 of the levels and the dates that you achieve them. And then very similarly as well, we also have the world records. So this shows the best scores for each level throughout the entirety of the world. And yeah, that's it for the demo. Thank you very much for listening. And I'll hand over to James and he'll talk about our spiking.
Thanks very much, Jack. The first stage of our project, and one of the most enjoyable parts, was the spiking phase. Developing a game was completely different to anything we'd done on the course previously, so our spiking was very varied. We had to look at a lot of different technology and see what would be suitable. From our initial selections, we were able to rule out other tech based on how compatible it would be on the things we'd decided already, based on our user stories, requirements. We knew from the outset that the social aspect of the game needed to employ a database with user authentication. We knew we could do that with what we've done on the course so far with Express and Postgres, so we could look into cloud services such as AWS DynamoDB and Cognito, or Firebase and Authorization and Firestore. For our game engines, we will look, the main 2 contenders were Pixie.js and Phaser. The game engines worked in quite a specific way that ruled out using certain frameworks for building our web app. Moving to the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit about our team structure and planning. First thing we did was create an organization on GitHub. in this organization, we made different repos for spiking different technology, something that we could then look back on later and feed back to the rest of the team. We employed Kanban and daily stand-ups for keeping track of our day-to-day activities for each team member. Those aspects of agile methodology were really well suited for the short time frame of the project. It enabled us to minimize our time planning and spend our time testing and coding and playing the game, of course. I'd like to pass on to Alex. Alex is going to talk about what our final choices were for the tech stack.
Thanks very much. After spiking, we weighed up all the user stories from our initial planning stage, and we decided on a tech stack that would allow us to meet the requirements that we'd set out while also delivering a working product in just 8 working days. Can I see the next slide, please? Thanks. For the front end, we chose Phaser.js as our main game framework, and then we chose React as our main front end library. We chose Phaser as it's a really well-supported open source framework, which allows for fast rendering of games on desktop and mobile. Although it was a new framework for us, we felt confident that it would allow us to use all the JavaScript knowledge that we built up during our time on the course. The inbuilt physics system and the community support made building a game in such a short time frame viable. React is a platform that we all really enjoyed using on the course, and it fit with our requirement to make sure the game was accessible and responsive on all different devices. One of the biggest challenges early on was making sure that React and Phaser could be integrated, and working through this as a group and in pair programming was a real confidence builder because it made sure that the structure of our app was really robust before we started making the game. Can you move to the next slide, please? Thank you. For the back end, we were all keen to explore the use of a cloud platform in our project, and after spiking, we decided on Firebase. For our database, although we'd had quite a lot of experience using SQL on the course, we decided that the flexible scope of the project meant we'd benefit from using a non-relational database. This also allowed the flexibility to introduce new features and update our storage model as the project developed. Firebase allowed us to integrate authentication in the app, as well as offering the cloud Firestore, which allowed us to build and edit data in a flexible way. It also had the benefit of being really well supported by documentation, which helped a lot throughout the whole project phase. In our tech choices, we always strive to find a balance between building on our existing skills and our existing experience and integrating new technologies. And overall, our choices really helped to meet the challenges that we'd set out for ourselves during the planning stage. I'm now going to pass it back to Atlas to talk a little bit about our development process.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. As Alex mentioned, making a video game is a very difficult undertaking in just the 8 days of coding we actually had available. As you can imagine, this led to quite a few unique and interesting situations and solutions we had to come up with. Having watched the demo of the game earlier, you might have gotten the impression that the player is actually falling through the level. That's not actually quite true. In fact, the player is actually falling extremely slowly, and it's instead that the background, the various obstacles and collectibles are actually flying past the player. We did this by setting negative velocity values to our in-game objects, which kind of mimicked this reverse, almost anti-gravity type scenario. And that's pretty much how we got that effect with scrolling backgrounds and stuff. It's only by the bottom of the level that we actually increase player gravity to make sure they actually hit the bottom to make it kind of feel satisfying and kind of match the design with like the little parachute and stuff like that. In general, developing a game leads to a lot of tweaking for in terms of tweaking the game for balance and fun, particularly in like early on in development where we were playing with various parameters. We had issues where the platform would absolutely fly past the player and it was impossible to play, or the platform's moving too slow. So just a lot of tweaking and game balancing. But that is one of the benefits of Phaser. It has a ton of different parameters that we can play with. And because of that, we actually got a bunch of additional ideas and designs that we'd love to make use of. And as such, I'd like to pass on to Sachin on the next slide to talk more about some of the future developments we'd love to make to the game.
Thank you, Atlas. Hi everyone, I'm Sachin. And regarding future development, because we wanted BeatDrop to have as much of a social feel to it as possible, something we started by adding a social page, the next requirement we'd look to implement would be a friends list, whereby users could then add each other as friends, and upon navigating to the leaderboard page, then compare their scores against those of their friends. Following this, we would also like to expand the achievement system, as currently we've only got bronze, silver, and gold badges for each level. And I know that we have a list of more interesting achievements available on one of our Discord channels. So I think with the flexibility of sort of NoSQL databases and how we have set up the achievements currently, it's very sort of easily expandable. Something else we're also quite excited about is the possibility of adding multiplayer functionality in some form, either as having multiple users play through the same level together with slightly smaller character sprites, so they could all like fit on a single page, or in kind of a ghost format, whereby when a player plays through a level, their path through that level is recorded. And when another user then comes to play that level, they see their friends play through side by side with their playthrough. Something else sort of more down the line, I think, in the long term is that we would like to look at is integrating BeatDrop across more operating systems. While currently there is CSS styling in place to make the game playable on mobile devices through web browsers, during our spiking phase, we confirmed that React projects can be wrapped within a framework called Ionic, previously mentioned by Team Chorus, and then using a package called Capacitor. We could then render native Android and iOS applications from it, and also a native Windows 10 desktop application using a package called Electron. Along with allowing for crossplay between platforms, integrating natively would also open up the possibility of features such as pushing social notifications on Android and iOS devices, for example. However, before proceeding in this direction, I think we would need to evaluate any performance loss stemming from this conversion process. Thank you, everyone, for listening to our presentation. Has anybody got any questions?
Wow, really, really nice stuff there. And, you know, if you fancy having any sort of manual QA testing of the game, then maybe you could let me know. I'd be more than happy to help you out. So we got the first question in the chat, but let us know if you've got any more, which came as you were demoing the game. How are the scores calculated? From Dean, thank you, Dean.
You want me to take that one?
Pick up. Oh, sorry. I'll pick up first and pass to James. Scores are calculated based on the player gravity. So for every millisecond that the player is recorded as falling, we add a little bit to the score. So that means that when we freeze the physics, when a player hits an obstacle or a platform, that count stops immediately. James, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, just that Phaser was a really good framework to work with for this. It was class-based, which was a bit of a change from what we've been doing so far. But once we got our heads around that, it was really nice. There's methods you can call on Phaser. Makes it work a little bit more like a traditional programming language where you have an update loop. So on the update loop, we check if the score is increased by how the player is doing, if they picked up a power up, picked up extra score, if they're going to lose score because they've hit a platform.
Yeah. Awesome. That's really interesting. And so it's not that often that we get Gray's challenged me to fight for the chance to test. It's not that often that we get people making games in project phase. So I'm interested in about what you found as the biggest challenge, and maybe how you applied some of the stuff that you learned on the course to solving those things.
I mentioned when I was speaking about the integration of Phaser and React, and that was a really big one early on. Something that we really had to work hard with as a team, just with a lot of trial and error and a lot of pair programming as well to make sure that we'd do it, because usually Phaser is built just for HTML, so you'd usually just have one JavaScript file and any menus or anything you create would be in Phaser itself. Because we wanted to have this social aspect where we were able to pull from a database, we really needed React integration with that, and so it was a really good day when we finally saw the game pop up and function in our React app. Other than that, a lot about that was a challenge was design, because we've not really done anything like this before. Atlas, you sort of took the lead on that. Would you like to say anything about it?
Yeah, the design element is and I'll pass on to Jack to answer kind of like about the animation side of things later on, but like developing assets or finding assets that kind of fit our style was really difficult, because me and Jack in the beginning, having a slightly more artistic background, we were like, oh, we'll make our own backgrounds, it'll be easy. And we did have like a couple concepts that we were really happy with, but we noticed that the time sink would have just been too much, and ultimately we decided that the work we did was really cool and was really awesome, but we needed to spend more time on the tech. That's really where we needed to put our focus. But we did allocate some time to animation because we felt that production was really what would sell the game. So I'll pass on to Jack to kind of continue that talk.
Yeah, so kind of as Atlas said, we wanted to spend more time, kind of delving into the new technology rather than creating our own assets. So like we did end up using pre-made assets, but we only had kind of static images of the frames. So then we had to look into how we would stitch those together into sprite sheets, in which we could then use in phases, so we'd have that nice smooth animation. So that was a little bit of a challenge, but it was really rewarding once we had our own stuff in.
That's really good to hear, and apologies for stealing someone else's question. Sorry, Pino, in the chat there. Okay, let's leave it there for questions. But if you have any more, let us know in the chat, and the team will hopefully be able to respond there. And we'll take a short break before we see our last fantastic team, Peaky Climbers. But hands together in the chat, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
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 Hi, we're just having a couple of technical difficulties with StreamYard in one particular browser, so we'll be back with you in a few minutes' time. Sorry about that. Hello, welcome back. Technical difficulties over. We're back with another group. If you're watching this and you're feeling inspired, but you've not done any coding before, don't forget to head over to northcoders.com. But not before you watch the final group of this session, Peaky Climbers, and Jack is going to kick us off.
Thanks, Anne. Good afternoon, and thank you for tuning in. We are the Peaky Climbers. My name is Jack, and shortly you'll be hearing from my teammates, Moogie, James, and Simon. Today we'd like to present the application that we have created, Climbly. It's an app for keeping track of hills and mountains that you have climbed. Next slide, please. So why this? Hill walking and hiking are incredibly popular. A recent survey found that nearly a quarter of Britons are ramblers, and with over 4,000 hills and mountains in the UK, there are certainly no shortages of places to go. However, with so many hills pose their own problems. Namely, it is difficult to keep track of all the ones that you have bagged. Currently, there are no apps on the market that try to address this problem. So what we wanted to develop was an application that would allow users to keep track of the hills that they've climbed, unlock achievements based on their progress, and to also search for hills or mountains based on things like their name or their height. Next slide, please. To improve the user experience, we use technologies such as React Native, maps, which added a visual element to the completed hills, and Open Weather API, which allows the user to check the weather ahead of time. Over the last 2 weeks, we have developed all aspects of our application, starting with project management, which included things such as wireframing, Trello boards, and morning stand-ups, through to building our back-end server with Express and the front end with React Native. I'll now hand you over to my friend Moogie, who will show you the app in action.
Thank you, Jack. Here it is. Next project, please. And welcome to our app, Climbly. This is our landing page, and users can see the list of mountains without having to create an account. But there is some extra features available when you log in. Here it is the individual mountain, the page for the users that isn't logged in. So if we go back from the front end, we can sort and search the result. And the search mountains in each individual country is the UK, or even search the range of the heights. Yep, now if you go to login page, and if you're on the user, you can create an account, and we have to enter email, password, name, and avatar URL. And once you sign up, you have a unique user section. We will come back here later. If you go back to the home page and click a mountain, we can now see that we have a button to add this to the complete list. So when I press this, it will be added to my complete list. As you can see on this page, there is a map where the mountain peak is located, a brief description of a mountain, and some data including heights, meters, and feet, and the current weather. We will quickly complete 5 mountains. And if we go back to the user section, and you can now see the complete mountain show up on the map with some data and then total feet climbed and number of hills. If you swipe left, this is where the complete mountain lives. they turn green on completion. And if we swipe left again, we have collected some badges for the completing of 5 mountains. This concludes the demo of the app, and thank you very much. And I will pass it to my friend James.
Thanks, Mergy. So here's a little brief look into our tech stack. Next slide, please. So this is what we used. Some technologies are new and some technologies we've used in the past. So this created a personal challenge for us using new technologies, and we feel quite proud of what we've achieved. So we use React Native on the front end and Firestore for our back end with some small technologies to wrap all these together. So the app's front end is built using React Native. We went with React Native because we wanted to build an app that was available for both Android and iOS. After some initial research, we all came to the conclusion that React Native was the best solution due to its bridging ability between Xcode and Android Studio. After we settled on our front-end framework, we then started to look into how we would host our backend. After some more research, we concluded that we'd use a NoSQL database for the reason that we could easily tie our local user database with our authentication database. Once we'd spiked Firebase and felt comfortable, we proceeded to find the data that would be seeded into our database. We tried our best to find a suitable API, but there just wasn't anything that was available for the data points that we needed. Our team quickly decided that we only needed a few extra data points and that it would be easily accessible from the internet. So we used a library called Puppeteer to web scrape the rest of our data, which was a success and actually really fun. Once the database was seeded with data, we set out to build our server using Express. We use Express because of its simplicity and because it's a widely used backend framework, which means lots of documentation. Having used it previously in other projects, we took off building the endpoints right away and had it hosting and pulling data in just a few days. We used full TDD with Jest on the backend, which is widely used and comprehensive testing suite. It gave us the confidence that our server would perform how we intended it to. Next, we just had to build the front end the way we had envisioned it with lots and lots of features. One section was the weather, which we used OpenAPI because we wanted to display the current weather for each individual mountain. This was a very well-documented API that helped us implement it with ease. The next big implementation was React Native Maps. It didn't come so easy. We had to extensively read documentation and post on Stack Overflow, which can be quite daunting at the best of times. But in the end, like most of our problems, we found a solution. In the end, Climely was a great challenge, and we all pushed the boundaries of what we thought we could achieve. I'm confident that the effort then reflects well in our final product. Thank you for your time, and over to my friend Simon.
Thank you, James. And hello, everyone. Working on Climely was a series of challenges. It was our first app completely designed and coded from scratch, so we had to learn a lot about planning, making feasible time estimates, and prioritizing features to implement them in the most efficient order. And next slide, please. A big challenges we would like to mention briefly here were a task of collecting data. Our app is very information oriented, so we needed data in a specific form. And after spiking, as James mentioned before, we've decided to use Puppeteer, which is a JavaScript library for web scraping. And we've spent some time on writing a reusable and adaptable script that allowed us to scrape the data from thousands of pages in a very automated and time-efficient way. Somewhere in the middle of our way, we were about to implement a searching feature for our app. And that particular case turned to be a very valuable lesson for us. Because initially we went for a recommended solution for that for the Firestore database, which is Algolia, which is a very powerful searching technology. But after spending a whole day trying to persuade this technology to do what we expected it to do exactly, we decided that it is simply too complex, too big for our needs, and we used it rather as an inspiration for writing our own code, and which was kind of a combination of front end and back end that was exactly tailored to suit needs of our application. Next slide, please. I'm gonna talk briefly about the future of Climely. One thing that we definitely would like to implement is the ability for the users to build a society around Climely. So features of writing comments, mountain reviews, and stories from mountain trails will be inevitably the first step in further development of our application. So far on our short adventure with that application, we had a lot of fun with collecting data. So why not reuse our great scraping scripts and fetch information about mountains in other countries, just to inspire people to plan more international climbing escapades and connect hiking enthusiasts from around the world in one place. Another thing that was really tempting to try, but we haven't managed to try it yet, was implementing features based on geolocation technology. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, it is the best moment for that.
Amazing. Yeah, yet another app that I would really love to use. And there's a few people in the chat echoing the same sentiment, wanting to get their hands on it as well. We've got a question from August asking about Puppeteer. So I'm interested in how you arrived at that decision to use Puppeteer. August asking, how was it using that library?
Yeah, I'll take that one. It was actually really simple. It takes like maybe 10 minutes for the initial setup to scrape any website. You've got to use something called the X tag on a HTML section of the website. And then when you take that and put it into your script, it just goes through, takes that section of it, and then puts it into a document file when you use some like an FS read or write file, sorry. And then initially we had a little test database, so it was about 10 things it was scraping, 10 different mountains, and it worked absolutely fine for 10. Then when we scaled up the database to like 100 or even 1,000, we started to, I think what was happening was the server thought we were trying to DOS them. So we were sending too many requests at once, and it was just blocking us out. So we had to create like a little script that it slowed it down, and it did like 10 at a time, and then had like a period of time where it stopped and then carried on again. And eventually we got all the data that we needed.
Awesome. And it's there's a few people appreciating your little peep show reference as you signed up there. Nice one. And Sam asks, how was it integrating the map features to your app? Have we got someone to take that one?
Sorry, I'll take that one again. Oh, sorry.
I can take that. Actually, we after fetching that information from websites, we had information about longitude and latitude for each mountain. So we just implemented the map of each mountain was attached to that information from our database, and it was pretty simple. First, at the beginning, we tried to use map box framework, but after we had to change our initial application based on Expo rather than React native CLI, we had to change it for different map because Mapbox unfortunately isn't well supported in Expo. So pretty much it with map implementation.
Oh, awesome stuff. That's really great work, and thank you for that. Can we have a big virtual round of applause in the chat as well? Show some love, and if you've got any more questions, let the team know, and they'll get back to you as soon as they can. That's it for this session. We're going to take another break now until 3:30, where we'll see 3 more graduations. But as this is my first live stream, live stream, I think I should ask you to like, comment, and subscribe as well. Thanks very much. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Hello there, and welcome to part 4 of our Northcoders graduation showcase. It's the final graduation today, and in fact, the final graduation of 2021. We are very sorry that we're not live today. In accordance with current government guidelines, we are fully remote, which is a particular shame because this is actually our largest graduation ever, with over 50 students graduating today. It seems impossible to believe. As ever, if you are interested in any information about Northcoders, please go to www.northcoders.com. And most importantly, if you would like to employ any of our amazing Northcoders graduates, then please email partnerships@northcoders.com. That's partnerships@northcoders.com. You are, of course, welcome to put any questions in chat. Please feel free to do so. But without further ado, I am very excited to announce our first graduation showcase today of this part, and it is Appy as Larry with their product Giggle, and we're going to go over to Emily.
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, as Kev said, our team name is Appy as Larry. I'm Emily, and shortly you'll be hearing from Carl, Raphael, Francesca, and Sam, and we're going to introduce you to our app Giggle. Could we go to the next slide, please? So as we eventually move out of a pandemic world, lots of people are looking to get out and about and back to large events like live music again. However, a problem we identified as a team was sometimes there's a gig in your local area and you really want to go to it, but you've got no one to go with. So with that in mind, Giggle's been designed to allow music fans to connect with other people of similar tastes in their local area to meet up with them and go to gigs with them. So we knew we wanted to create a mobile app and give users the ability to browse gigs in their area, filtering by their favorite genre. And once they found a gig they're interested in, be added to a chat with other members of the crowd. I'll hand over to Carl now to walk us through the demo.
Thanks, Emily. Right, good afternoon, everyone. So could you start the first video, please? Right, so on first opening the app, the user is greeted with a login screen, and using Firebase authentication, the user can access the app. This will bring them to the gig screen where they can browse the events listed by default for their chosen location and genre preferences. They can then sign up to the individual chat rooms, filter the results by genre and city, as well as sort the results by a number of options. So once a user has selected a few events they are interested in, they can browse those events in a section we call crowds. So the app will create a chat group for each individual event. For the chat feature, we used a Firestore real-time database. And this is basically where the users can discuss the upcoming event with all the other interested users of that certain group and arrange to attend the event as a group, ask for information, or just generally chat about the event. You can switch over to video 2, please. So, sorry, next video. Yeah, so we also thought it should be important for the user to be able to buy tickets. So we provide a link for them to the Ticketmaster website, allowing the user to buy straight from the app. People will generally take the path of least resistance, and users are more likely to take action. 10 gigs if the tickets are easy to purchase. For the third video, which is already playing, signing up to the app is pretty standard. Provide an email and password. When the user signs up, they can set their initial preferences, such as location and favorite genre, and this will feed into what the user initially sees when first loading into the app. Then obviously they can also navigate to their profile page and see all their profile details. And that is about it. I'll just hand you over to Raphael to talk about our tech stack.
Hello, everyone. Can switch to the next one, please? Yeah. So our tech stack for the backend, we have Node.js, Firebase, and Ticketmaster as a data source. So the Node.js is our development environment where we handle the HTTP requests to the API. We chose to use the Firebase Solutions Firestore and to set up our database. It is a NoSQL real-time database that updates as we go testing the app. And also it provides us a real nice solution for our chat rooms, which is the main feature of our app. So the design is completely built on React Native. So it's the most widely used solution for mobile app designing out there. That's why we picked it. And it also has some has same principles as React as we learned throughout the course. So which was also another motivation to pick it. And we used Expo to emulate it on mobiles to test our development as we went through it. So the workflow methodology, we used GitHub to make version control of our apps, our development, and we did regular morning agile stand-up meetings to control our tasks and talk about what we were going to do throughout the day and what was done on the day before. So that's pretty much it. So I'll hand over to Francesca. She will explain us the design patterns. Thank you.
Thank you, Raf. Hi, everyone. So as you can see, we mainly went for a dark color scheme with different shades of blue. It kind of reflects the colors that you see in concept photography, the dark crowds and the predominant stage lighting. We kind of use yellow to just brighten the app up a bit, also to grab users' attention and kind of lead their eye around the app. So, the filter button, navigation bar, highlights your interest, and also for the buying tickets. We decided to focus on the little details to create a more satisfactory customer experience, making the app as responsive as possible. This includes providing feedback when a button is pressed, either by changing its color or its opacity. The extending gigs component to show more information, and then the sliding navigation bars and filters. Just kind of these simple touches we made to develop a more smooth running app. For the gigs list, we took inspiration from Facebook and Marketplace, and we used kind of cars to separate each gig element. After some various research into various companies, such as Tinder and Uber Eats, we decided to go for a more straightforward design for the logo. One that hints at the app's purpose without really cluttering up with too much detail. So our age demographic was generally anyone over the age of 18 who has interested in making friends and attending gigs, which was quite diverse. So therefore, we kind of wanted to make the app as usable and just as straightforward as possible. So that way, anyone from a tech-savvy 18-year-old to a technophobe 60-year-old can kind of use and operate it. Thank you for listening. So now on to Sam for the challenges that we have overcome.
Thank you, Fran. Firstly, I just want to say I'm really happy with the app and how it turned out in the end, given that we only had 8 days to code it. But as with any project, there were some challenges. And working with a development team this large was a new experience for all of us, and naturally brought with it a set of challenges and some really valuable experience. So the first one really was keeping everything in scope. We all had these great ideas about what we could get the app to do, and then it was a case of refining those ideas and generally just handling all these different strands of code from all these different sources, and just organizing it all was also a really valuable experience. So we had to make sure we were focused on what was deliverable. These were all new technologies, so we had to be realistic about what we could achieve. And we made the focus our chat feature for multiple users, and then syncing that kind of chat room creation with the response from the API. So we generate those chat rooms with the API's response and try and make it as seamless as possible. So the next sort of problem we faced was using these new technologies. So using completely new tech on the front and back end was really exciting, but also a little bit scary and challenging, but something we felt was right, given we wanted to make an app that was most suitable for its purpose. We really liked the idea of using cloud-based real-time storage systems because we hadn't really got to mess around with the cloud yet, and making a system with it was something that we really wanted to get our hands on and get some first-hand experience. So this did mean, however, we had to spike all the technologies we used just to fully judge their suitability, and through a joint effort, kind of interpret what the docs were saying, because they weren't always the clearest. So basic examples in the docs for the Firebase that we use in Firestore were really good for very simple chat features, but then changing those chat features so they actually work for multiple users simultaneously was something we had to sort of trial and error and work out together. So a big shout out to our 6th member of the team, Google, for all the help. The third challenge was the API, because it's the biggest and most complex API any of us have ever used. So the ones we've made ourselves and the ones we've used in the past have always been quite simple and easy. So actually, the requests the API themselves were quite long and complex. And for a range of events, not just music, because like you say, everything is on Ticketmaster. So genres were returned in codes, and the actual information you had to give the API was a little bit coded itself. So we had to work out systems to interpret that information, so we could then change it on the response to properly display within the app. So we were refining and testing those queries, and that was really important for us to have an awareness of the amount of times we were sending off these requests, because we filter in a load of different ways. And if we were sending off a fresh request for each one, we'd probably look like we were like spamming the API. So it led us to filter more on the front end and to sort of understand intuitively how our app was working on both the back and the front end. So I'm going to pass to Emily now to talk about some of those ideas and what we would have done given a little bit more time.
Thanks, Sam. So we had a lot of ideas for our app that we weren't able to squeeze in. These included maybe gamifying the app a little bit. So maybe if a user's attended 10 or more gigs, they'd get a little award icon for that. We also wanted to use controls for when loads of people start joining the app and very large numbers in the chat groups. We wanted to add the ability for users to post their own gigs, which would maybe help to promote smaller venues. We also thought that the app has the potential to extend out to other types of events. It doesn't have to just be music. Obviously, the name Giggle lends itself quite well to comedy, but it could also be theatre, cinema, etc. And finally, this is an app where you're meeting strangers online, so we'd want to integrate some more safety features, maybe some tips about traveling to the venue safely and traveling home, and features like user identification and age verification. If we could go to the final slide, please. That concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Maybe one day I'll see you all join the crowd on Giggle, and I'll open up for any questions.
Wow. Well, first of all, can I say congratulations? It was genuinely an awesome piece of work. That I love the design, and I really look forward to a day that I can use this app. Hopefully that day will come very soon. So I guess I had a question to begin with. Initially, I just wanted to know what it was like adjusting to using React Native and Firebase based on the fact that those weren't the things that you'd used during the course.
I could probably answer that question. So it probably was just about felt familiar enough to us that it did lull us into a bit of a false sense of security at times. You know, we had to kind of refer back to documentation, online resources to kind of help distinguish the difference. Because while the key concepts are the same, the syntaxes were just far enough apart that it did trip us up here and there. But we were able to overcome most of the challenges that we faced, and specifically with the navigation, that did throw a bit of the curveball at times. And then we decided to choose the React Native over React, because although it probably took us longer than if we just choose React, and maybe we didn't really get as far with some of the functionalities and the styling that we did have planned. We knew from the very beginning that our app was going to be a mobile app. So, therefore, it made much more sense to use the mobile framework over the JavaScript library. And along with this, we kind of wanted to challenge ourselves and, try and get to grips with the new tech. And I know for myself, having started this course with absolutely no technical experience whatsoever, it was a really, satisfying and a really huge accomplishment to be able to actually, have to achieve this, to develop an app from a technology that we had not even touched until 2 weeks ago. So, yeah.
I have to say, if you can't see it, there's a lot of love in the chat for the design, and also a lot of love for the idea that we might all be able to go out and enjoy this app at some time soon. You actually mentioned when you were during the talk about sort of dealing with an extended dev team. So I just wondered how the workflow was divided and what it was like sort of dividing that workflow for you. Sam, you're just muted.
I'm muted. No. Oh, it's okay. Can you hear me? Right. Okay. I'll get on with it. So I was basically we all really wanted to try out these new techs because they were the most suitable, and we wanted to make the app that worked the most suitably, even if it didn't fit the tech that we'd been trained on. So it meant that we were dividing up the front and the back end into a whole range of different tasks. And when we would meet in these agile meetups in the morning, we would talk about progress, about how we were finding these tasks, and we would alternate who we were working with. So everyone got to work together, and we alternated the team, and we got to really utilize those strengths everybody had in different ways. And we all got a real feel for how the app worked intuitively on both the back and the front end. So it wasn't like we were just fencing people off in the front and fencing people off in the back. Like, we all worked on all of it, and I think it's better for it.
Oh, that's great to hear. I mean, I so hope that we can use this app in the future. So please host it, and please let us know when it's hosted. And just so you know, when we can use this app, August is going to join us all in the mosh pit. So there we go. Look at that. Perfect timing, almost as if it was planned. We are going to prepare for the next presentation. Well done, folks. It was amazing. We'll be back in just a moment. And now is probably the perfect time, while you're waiting for us to come back, to like, comment, and subscribe. And also, please show some extra love in the chat. And we'll see you in a few moments. Hello and welcome back to our penultimate presentation of 2021. It's beginning to feel quite a lot like Christmas, but not yet, because we have, before that, 2 more presentations to go. Up now, we have Team Tethered with their app, Tethered, and we're going to go straight over to Tom.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name's Tom, and I'm a proud member of Team Tethered. I'm joined today by Ellis, who's going to talk through how we came up with the idea for Tethered and what exactly it is, and some of the challenges we've faced along the way. And Sam, who's going to talk through our methodology and tech stack. Unfortunately, one of our teammates, Scott, isn't able to be with us today. However, I think all 3 of us would agree that the app wouldn't be what it is without his hard work. So just wanted to give a shout out to him. But without any further ado, I'll hand over to Ellis.
Okay, thanks, Tom. So what is Tethered? So Tethered is a social cycling app, which makes it easier for people who are cycling in a group to communicate with each other. The idea was inspired by a conversation I had with my girlfriend's dad. He's a keen cyclist and he tends to go on a lot of long distance cycles. And he said that in the past, there have been several occasions where some individual has been lost from the group. This could be due to, for example, a flat tire, or taking the wrong turn, or going through some thick fog and not being sure who came out first, and things like that. And basically, he sort of suggested to me that something that he would like and would find useful would be some form of map where he can see the location of all the people who he's in the group with in real time. And so that's what we decided to make. So there are 3 key components of the app that we created. So the first is that the user has the ability to create a group, so a cycle group, which other people can join before they go out on a trip. So other users can then join that group by scanning a QR code. It's nice and simple. We also have a map feature, which will show the location of everyone who's in that group, and everybody else in the group can see their location. And finally, we have sort of a rudimentary notification system and a live chat, which basically keeps the group connected as when they go out on a trip. So that's a basic summary of what Tethered does. So I'll now hand you back to Tom, who will go through the demo with you.
Thanks, Alice. Yeah, let's take a look at Tethered in action. So we'll start off on our login screen. Simply log in as an existing user, which will take us through to the group screen, where there's previous groups that you've already signed up to. And if we select on one of them, let's go for friends, you can see that Ellis is an approved member, Monica being the group leader, and there's the QR code to invite anyone else. There are also pending members who are yet to be approved that only the leader can see. But today, Ellis is going to create his own group. So we click on the Create Group button, enter in a new name, and this will generate a unique QR code that will link specifically to this group that anyone can click on the Join Group button and scan with the inbuilt camera feature. So creating the group, that'll take us through. Ellis is the leader, no approved or pending members as of yet. So let's give this a go as someone new signing up to the app. So if we log out as Ellis, we'll then sign up as someone new, and let's go for Sam in this case. Can sign up. Unfortunately, Sam's not going to have any groups on his page, but that'll change quite quickly. So he's going to click the Join Group option and have the camera feature straight away to scan that QR code. There we go. And immediately it's put in an approval request for Ellis to agree to, which I'm sure he will. We've got on well throughout the project. Soon enough, that'll take him through to the lobby with 3 of us there ready to go. Now, as soon as we click that Start Trip button, it will immediately start tracking all 3 locations and plot them on a map. The map will zoom in on all 3 locations, and then as we move, the map will again pan out to fit all those in. You'll notice that the current user Sam is in orange, and you can click on each individual icon and zoom in on them, and then toggle the group view feature to bring the map out to the correct level, making sure that you know where everyone is at any one time whilst on a trip. Now it looks, for this example, that Sam is struggling to get going. Maybe he's got a puncture, or maybe he's just set off a bit late. But as the 2 icons continue to move, eventually an alert will trigger on all the group members' phones. And that should happen shortly. And that will ping up and let everyone know that there is a distance too large between two of the icons and two of the members. And there we go. Immediately it changes over. Everyone knows. And this is where the members can toggle the chat feature. Sam can quickly go in and send a message, potentially letting everyone know what's causing the delay, or in this case, that we've simply left him behind. That will immediately come up on everyone else's chat, and they can send back another message to let them know where to meet them or when to meet up, or simply, we'll wait for you to catch us up. Going back to the map page, we can then toggle the group view once again, and it'll zoom out and show everyone's locations for Sam to be able to find them and get caught up soon enough. And then finally, there is the end trip button that will stop sharing locations immediately, providing a safe and secure trip, and take you back to the login screen. And that is Tethered. I'll now hand over to Sam, who's going to talk you through the methodology and the tech that we used.
Thanks, Tom. Of course, Team Tethered would leave no one behind. We'd all stick together. I'm going to go through the methodology. So right at the start of the project, we wanted to use the Agile methodology, and we decided to use Kanban. Here you can see our Trello board. The start of the setting up Trello board, we went through all the user stories, and then we decided on our MVP, our minimal viable product. The user stories that weren't in the MVP were kept to one side and are nice to have. We then went through each user story of the MVP, assigned them to users, decided where per programming was needed, where mob programming was needed, for example, connecting the front end and the back end. This Trello board was a massive help, especially later on in the project when we had some issues. We also had daily stand-ups just to reinforce what was going on with the Trello board. So as you can see, we've got a in progress section, we've got an issues section. The daily stand-ups, we had the first sorry, the daily stand-ups had we went through what we had done the previous day, what we've done the current day, and any issues we were having. We also had a Slack and Zoom calls throughout the project and kept all team members in the loop. Next, I'll just go through the tech stack. On the next slide. Thank you. So the good thing about Team Tethered is the team were ambitious. We're all excited to use any new tech and to expand our knowledge. But the first thing we started with, what do we need to make the Tethered app? We needed it to be a mobile app. The team members had a selection of devices. We had some iOS, some Android. So we decided to use React Native with Expo. We also needed maps, so we decided to use Google Maps. We then needed to share location, and we wanted that location to be shared to a database and then pushed out to all of the devices in real time. For this, we use Cloud Firestore and a NoSQL real-time database. The location data was pushed to the database, but only when it was on the map screen. We wanted this to be a feature because you wanted to limit the number of reads and writes to the database, making sure there's no unnecessary charges from Google for using the Firestore. Security was also an important part of the tech. So we wanted the location to only be shared with certain people. So we knew we needed user profiles. For this, we used Firebase authentication. We used Jest for testing. We were all comfortable with Jest. We'd learned on the Northcoders course. We also use languages such as JavaScript and a bit of Python. And finally, we used GitHub for our version control. We implemented a security rule at the beginning of the project to ensure that no one could push to the main branch. Any merge requests needed to be approved by another member of the team. And it was very helpful later on when we came up with a few merge issues and a few challenges. I'll pass it over back to Ellis just to speak about the challenges.
Thanks, Sam. So yeah, as Sam said, I'll quickly go over some of the challenges that we had on the project. The first of which was narrowing down the minimum viable product. So once we decided that we were going to go with the cycling app, we sort of quickly realized there were so many different things that we could incorporate into the app. But then simultaneously, the project was only around 10 days. So we figured that not everything that we thought of was going to end up in the final product. So we initially did a lot of planning, wireframing and spiking. And we came up with an MVP, which we thought was going to be achievable,
but also kind of met the core of what we were trying to do in the project. And then we separated that out from a few nice to have features that we would add in once the MVP had been complete. Sort of in relation to that first point, we wanted to make sure the MVP was complete before we started adding the nice to haves, and sometimes it could be quite tempting to go and start working on a new flashy feature before we finish the MVP. But obviously we didn't want to do that, so we kind of had a few processes in place. So firstly, having the Trello board there with the user stories for the MVP helped keep us on track. Also the daily stand-ups made sure that everyone was on the same level and everybody knew what each other was doing. And finally, we had Sam on the team who would quite often sort of raise the question: is this really part of the MVP? Just to keep us on track. So it's quite nice to have somebody who made sure we were doing what we were supposed to be doing. So we also used a real-time database in Firestore, and this presented quite a lot of different challenges to what we've typically done on the course. So normally, so on the course we had quite a lot of occasions where we would just like load up a page and then read some data from a database, but we weren't exactly sure at first how Firestore was going to work with React on the front end. But we managed to spend a lot of time in the documentation and got that working quite quickly with the front end. And I think I speak for the rest of the group when I say that it was really satisfying to see changes on the back end be reflected almost instantly in the front end, and it provided a really nice user experience. As Sam alluded to, despite having some Git practices in place, we did have some merging issues. But usually when this happened, we would all get together and do some more programming and resolve these issues quite quickly. So in terms of live testing of the app, because we were all working remotely and in separate locations and using Expo to display React native, it was difficult to test the locations and the movements on the map. So to get around this, we basically created a location spoofer, which would allow users on the phone to see the map re-rendering as other users were moving on the map. And then finally, just I'm sure many other groups have mentioned today that the time constraints on the project from the get-go, we were under quite a lot of pressure, and we learned quickly that we need to make decisions fast. And in addition to that, we had some other external factors which made it more difficult. So obviously, remote working was quite difficult, and we spent a long time on Zoom. But also things like Scott's roof blowing off his house just at the start of the project, which is not an ideal way to start, to say the least. But yeah, I think overall we managed to tackle all of these challenges really well. I think as a team we communicated really well. We were really supportive of each other and would step in if anyone was having any issues. And yeah, we all took responsibility and we're keen to try new things. So yeah, I think that's how we managed to get the MVP and some nice to haves in before finishing. So that concludes the presentation. This was our app Tethered, and we look forward to answering any questions that you might have.
Well, again, another awesome app. Really, really well done. And well done also, Scott. It's a real shame you can't be. Oh, Scott's in the chat. Oh, lovely. Scott's in the chat. And Scott says, you're amazing. And I agree. There's a lot of love for the concept here. There's a lot of people who are really into this idea. I myself am. I think it's a great idea. I particularly liked the slick design and the logo. I love the logo. So whoever came up with that, well done. I suppose what I would like to know is given any more time, would there be any additional features that you think you could implement that you'd like to add?
Yes, we had plenty of features that were on the Trello board on the nice to have section. One of the things that we saw early on is that this can be used for other things, not just cycling. So any other social activity where location of group was important. So if you're running groups, or say if you went skiing, you could use the app in those situations. We looked at other alerts. So if you had anyone who was stationary for too long, you could say having a puncture, you would get an alert for the other members. Destinations. So if you wanted to cycle to a certain place, like go for the pub for lunch, you could put a destination in and everyone knows where they're heading towards. One of the ones that we were interested in trying was routes, so that you could see each route that each member of the group had taken. So if someone took a wrong turn, they could just click on the other members of the map, see their route, compare to their own, and figure out where they went wrong. And something we actually set up in the database was the trip history. We would have it so that you could filter by user or by group. So you could look at a user profile and see all the past trips, or you could go on the group profile and look at all the past trips for that particular group. And on top of that, there's plenty of personalization things we'd like to implement, sort of color schemes or customizing the pins and adding photos just to make it a bit more social.
Amazing. We've also got a question from August that I just spotted. August wanted to know how you managed to track multiple members and also if there was an upper limit.
Yeah, I don't mind taking that one. So what we were able to do is within React Native, there was a watch live location. So we could feed that up to the database for the individual who was using the app. So that was triggered at the start of every trip. And we had that for each user going to the back end. And another reason why we had to use Firestore at that point, because of how quick the relay was. So it was effectively a push from one person and then a pull on everyone else's data instantaneously.
Well, awesome. Yeah, as I said, a lot of love and respect coming on chat for this. I think it's a great app, and it's another one that I really genuinely hope gets hosted at some point. So we're going to, again, take a little break. Should only be a few minutes, 2-3 minutes or so. The perfect amount of time for you to go to www.northcoders.com and bookmark. And we'll be back in just about 2 minutes. We'll see you then. Hello and welcome back to our final presentation, our final graduation of 2021. I'm almost getting emotional, but it's nearly time for Christmas. But we have one more presentation to go before we can put our Christmas hats on. And this presentation is by group Byte by Byte, and their project is called Apple of the Earth. And we're going to go straight over to Pete.
Hello, good afternoon everyone, and thank you for giving us the time to let us tell you about our app. So we are team Byte by Byte, and we're made up of Chris, Jack, James, and myself. So in initial discussions, we became aware of the challenges and problems of many of the current lifestyle and dieting apps. Many of these focus on complex FAS buzzwords such as macros, micros, paleo, keto, who knows, and there tends to be a lot of focus on the negatives, such as calorie counting, restricting what you can and can't eat, and even when you can eat it. This is great for some people, but we wanted to create a lifestyle mobile app that was far more inclusive and only cares about the positive stuff that you are putting into your body, promoting fruit and veg diversity in your weekly diet. So with a type, a swipe, or using photograph recognition, our app, Apple of the Earth, tracks how many unique fruit and veg you have consumed each week, encouraging you to reach 30 different variants. So now over to Jack, who's going to show you a little bit about our app.
Jack, you're just muted at the moment.
Yeah, sorry. A major feature of our app uses image recognition. We're using AWS Recognition, which is Amazon's image recognition AI, to identify objects in photographs that the user takes. Our app intelligently filters the results to only show fruit and veg that can be found in our database. This filtering also allows us to inform the user if they have already consumed the item in the current week. Next slide, please. So this is our app, Apple of the Earth. When the user launches the app, they are greeted by a login page. If the user tries to log in with an empty or invalid input, they are given a prompt. Once the user is logged in, they are brought to the home page, where they are welcomed back and shown their current progress for the current week. They can scroll through fruit and veg on a carousel and swipe away items that they have eaten to add them to their total. They can also dynamically search through the results for a quicker way to find items. If the user wishes to undo their last swipe, they can use the undo button to remove the last item from their consume list and repopulate the carousel. The camera button opens the image recognition section of the app. From here, the user only needs to take a picture of their fruit or veg to be given the option to add it to their eaten list. They will then be prompted to return to the home screen. At the bottom of the page is a recipes section. This takes the user to a list of suggested recipes where they can scroll through for any and select any for more information. From a single recipe, the user can return to the home page by pressing the app icon. Now back to Pete to talk through our front-end tech choices.
So the framework we were going to be using was a huge decision, and we spent a lot of time spiking alternatives such as Svelte and Vue. And although these were fantastic, we opted for React Native due to the well-documented and efficient integration with the other dimensions of our tech stack. And also it is platform agnostic, which means it allows us to develop and test on both Android and iOS. So Axios was a perfect partner to make network requests from our front to back end and left the door open for scalability with either relational or non-relational databases. And because we were really, really keen to make this a working mobile app, it was extremely important to us that we tested this on our mobile devices throughout the process. So Expo was absolutely brilliant because it allowed us real-time testing as we changed the code. And now handing you over to James, who's just going to tell us a little bit more about the backend.
Thanks, Pete. So the backend of our application was built using MongoDB, Node.js, and Express. We chose to use a non-relational database. We felt it was the best fit for our data structure. We were able to create collections to store our users, could then store the user's food in the object themselves. This was the alternative to creating junction tables, which, while a great method of establishing relationships, we wanted something we could scale quickly just based on the limited time we had. This also meant that things like dietary requirements, allergy information, any recipes they had liked, stored photos could easily be stored further down the line without the need for any extra columns and tables. I think we all enjoyed learning about a different type of database after learning a lot on the course about relational and SQL databases. We used MongoDB Atlas Cloud Management to host our database, and this proved very useful in referencing our data, as well as providing a really clear visual representation of our data, especially as it grew. We used Mongo Client to establish our connection, which was well documented for use with Jest. This meant we could individually test endpoints, and by using schemas, we could set up constraints for the items in our collections. This ultimately meant we could handle errors more appropriately and test all error handling and endpoints. We used Express as our server. I know it's been mentioned a lot today. It uses middleware to handle the requests and responses really well, and does make the process of developing RESTful APIs a lot smoother. And finally, the credentials and server for communicating with Amazon's recognition API were also kept in the back end of our application, which received a photograph encoded into base 64 and sent the request to Amazon's recognition API, which in turn returned our results to be sent to the front end. I'd now like to hand over to Chris, who's going to talk through some of the challenges we overcame when building the application. Next slide, please.
Thanks. So we did face a few challenges along the way. Actually, these ended up being really excellent opportunities for us all to band together and come up with some really good solutions. A few of these are listed on the slides now. The first is image recognition. For us, getting the image recognition working was a key feature of the app, and it's one we really wanted to showcase. At the start of the project, it was a bit of an unknown. None of us had worked with this kind of feature before, and so it's a key technology for us to spike and test for limitations of. During the spike, we were able to produce working code in the node environment, so that was brilliant. We thought we had it all solved by that point, and we left the spiking process there. However, the transition of splitting that functionality across front and back end turned out to be actually quite a tricky process, and it's something we didn't fully appreciate at the start. So we had a few issues along the path of this, and we could go into more detail about that. But in summary, we found solutions to each of these as they arose, and we were able to realize the finished product. Before moving into developing the app, we identified key risks for the project and dedicated time to spiking these. This included the image recognition, but also just deciding on the best tech stacks for the job. This process helped us assess our options and come to a decision early in the design stage. And this leads on to the final point here about decision making. The more we looked into the app, the more ideas we came up with and more excited we got about it. So the scope of the project is limited though, only 2 weeks. So we had to be quite strict with ourselves. We followed agile working methodologies, and this helped ensure we were tackling the right problems at the right time, and we were communicating as effectively as possible. And well, the future roadmap. There are loads of additional features we'd love to add to this. Top of the list is logging multiple ingredients via image recognition. The underlying tech is capable of handling multiple items, and to fully implement this feature, it requires some more tweaking on the front end just to make sure that the user gets the most useful data presented to them. The image on the slide shows this. Well, it's a pretty random spread of ingredients there, but it's a demonstration of the app correctly handling multiple ingredients. The next item would be tailoring recipes. So the recipes come from it's just on the previous slide still, sorry. The recipes though, they come with, the recipe API we used has loads and loads of recipes on it. And then we're collecting lots of details about the user. So really combining these two sources of information would provide some really useful outputs. And finally, we wanted to dive deeper into the stats of the user. So again, we're collecting lots of data about the user and their habits. So being able to show this against the seasonality of the ingredients, the popularity of the ingredients would be a really cool feature. So I'd like to hand over to James now to summarize the project.
Thanks, Chris. Next slide, please. So the fruits of our labor, or what we've learned. A solid MVP to work towards is valuable reference points. So this made sure that we were all on the same page, we had the same vision for the app, and that stayed consistent across all team members. The importance of identifying data structures. So thinking about the needs of the application, understanding how data would flow in our application meant we could identify which components we needed and where, and proved really useful when converting our user stories into functional aspects of the application. Implementing effective version control is crucial when working as a team. So staying informed on which components people are working on and where we're up to in development has proved very useful, and especially when we had to do any big mergers or resolve any conflicts in our code. the benefits of agile working practices. So stand-ups and Kanban board are a really good way of not only reflecting on our own work as individuals and our contributions, but also identifying the way forward and genuinely stay motivated as a team. I know we enjoyed our morning stand-ups. And last but certainly not least, I learned personally that apple of the earth is the literal English translation of the French word for potato, which might be as useful as the other things I've learned one day. And finally, I'd like to thank you all for your time in viewing our presentation, and we'll welcome any questions that you may have about our application.
Well done. I have to say there's a lot of appreciation for the photos and the humour within this presentation. In fact, so much appreciation that there's not much room left in chat. Sorry, I had to do it. So I do have a few questions. Has this project experience piqued your interest in computer vision?
Yeah, I can take this one. Yep, absolutely. The computer vision was a really interesting feature for us. I think it's what got us most excited about the app. So we've been calling it image recognition throughout this presentation, but yeah, more generally in AI research, it's computer vision. And it's a field that's just grown loads recently. I think a few years ago, we were literally at the point where it was still a struggle to tell the difference between dogs and cats. And now we're at the point where there are self-driving cars being tested using computer vision. So it's clearly a really interesting field, and it's grown loads at the moment.
Amazing. James Wilson would like to know, was the AI hard to implement? And he thinks it's a really cool app, by the way.
Yeah, I'll take that one. So as I mentioned before, Amazon's recognition AI reads images in what's called base 64 encoding, which is just the code version of your pixel by pixel image, if you like. So that can be a really long string, and I mean millions of characters. And like I said, we were sending that from our front to back end, which caused the 413 payload too large error, or payload too large saga, as I might call it in our group. So we were trying to handle that for a little bit. Fortunately, after some debugging and looking at some deprecated middleware and getting through, finding the right docs and the right tools, we were able to implement some Express middleware that allowed for not only large payloads to come through, but also base 64 encoding. So it covered us on all fronts. And I know a lot of people have mentioned it today, but Express really did come to the rescue again on that one when it came to handling really large requests.
Yeah, and I can jump in and add in a little bit here as well. Like the AWS docs are really extensive, but they really heavily push onto their own technologies. So a lot of the documentation around this was working with S3, so their image handling database, basically. So we had to do a much deeper dive to work out how to use just cached photos into base 64. And then deal with that from there.
Okay, Neil Hines wants you to know you've done a great job, and it's a real turnip for the books. I've got one more serious question for you on the subject of AWS. So we've been looking at AWS quite a lot recently. Did you enjoy using AWS, and would you use it again?
I think, yeah, the first question of that, did we enjoy it? Definitely. Got to do some really, really cool stuff with the photo recognition, which was, yeah, definitely, I think, a really, really good feature for our app. Would you use it again? Absolutely. I think it goes without saying there's huge opportunities with the Amazon Web Services, and loads of functionality available that we didn't even get close to touching, that we may be able to integrate at some point in this app or other kind of apps. So you could do more with recognition. We could look at the AWS location for sort of map integration. And there's loads of things we could do to have a lot of fun with those. And I think it's also important to look at all the more commercial and kind of security focused packages that they've got. I think Cognito is their authentication one. And then Lambda is this kind of the serverless hosting. We're all acutely aware of the kind of workplace challenges that have been facing us over the last 12, 24 months. And yeah, especially with the huge kind of shift to the remote working. So I think getting more involved with AWS and other sort of cloud based services is only going to become more and more important in the future. And perhaps more of a necessity rather than a kind of luxury. I don't know if anyone else has got any points to add to that.
Just a quick point for me, but yeah, as Jack said earlier, like the AWS ecosystem is really extensive. It's quite intimidating initially just because there's so many directions you can approach it from. We had this project in mind with a very specific goal, so that helped us a lot getting into it. And I think in the future, we'd all feel a lot more comfortable working with the AWS ecosystem more generally.
Oh, that's great to hear. Well, then I suppose it's now left to me to say thank you very much, Team Byte by Byte, and thank you, in fact, to all of the teams that have taken part in the graduation today. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes, James, who's had to, not this James on screen, but our James, who's had to deal with the fact that 10% of all of the people on the cohort are called James, which possibly created an interesting logistic scenario for James to deal with himself. We will have our next graduation on the 4th of February, so please join us for that next graduation. Please feel free to keep putting any questions in chat if you would like to, and obviously don't forget, if you would like to employ any of our amazing Northcoders, then we are going to go to partnerships@northcoders.com. Partnerships@northcoders.com. Now, this isn't a tradition, but I think I'm going to make it into a tradition. As it's Christmas, I'm going to sing us out, if that's okay. I hope you don't mind. Those of you that have eardrums might want to tune out now. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh, one of those signs of stopping, forgot the words. And I've got me some corn for popping. Oh, the lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the weather outside is frightful, and the fire is so delightful. But since there's no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Oh, it doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought me some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Happy Christmas, everybody.
Sorry, that's just me clapping. Well done.
Everyone have a really, really good Christmas, and please join us again on the 4th of February for our next graduation, and go to www.northcoders.com and bookmark.